Whether you run to push your limits or come together to change a life, every step you take is a story waiting to be told. And when the gun fires, it sets motion to new beginnings, dreams being fulfilled. From the start line at CSMT to the corners of the country, a new dawn arrives and every heart beats Mumbai.
Good day to you and a very warm welcome to this 21st Tata Mumbai Marathon. Here we are in the centre of the City of Dreams. Victoria Terminus staring down at us. CSMT as it's now called. Over 70,000 athletes will be crossing this start line over the next few hours and meeting their challenge. It's going to be a day where $250,000 is shared out by the elite athletes in prize money. Dozens of charities changing thousands of lives. But it's not a numbers game. It's about human spirit. It's about every runner grabbing their race by the horns, shaking it down and coming out a victor. Everyone is a winner.
At the heart of Mumbai, where time doesn't just pass, it salutes history, stands the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus, more than a railway station. This is a living monument to ambition, resilience and movement. Built in stone, powered by stories and breathing with the dreams of millions. Every arrival here carries the weight of the past and the monument and the momentum of the future. This is not a just place that you pass. This is where you stand still and sort of appreciate that everything that this monument stands by. Hello and welcome. I'm Ridhima Pathak and I welcome all of you to the Tata Mumbai Marathon 21st edition. And the ethos that we carry this morning is Har Dil Mumbai, which means that every single heart beats for Mumbai. Joining me in the studios is the voice of distance running, the Olympian himself. It's Tim Hutchings. Hello and welcome.
Thanks, Ridhima. As ever, good to be back. The 21st edition. I can't believe it. It seems like yesterday we had the first one with just a few hundred in the main marathon, the 42K. But here we are 21 years later, and it's one of the biggest races in the world. It's a festival of racing that will just echo for weeks.
And we've really kicked off. Now, you know, you spoke about 21 years. Now, that's not just longevity. It is absolute legacy. It's a legacy of 2 decades. How far have we come?
It's almost impossible to measure because it's multiplied so many times. I mean, the fields are bigger this year than ever.
424 runners on the streets, a total of 70,000 and more, which are joining us virtually, about 4,000 joining us virtually. We'll talk about that. But very quickly, let me show you the line of events that we've got for you this morning. Now, if you take a look, we're joining you at 6:30 a.m., but the marathon for the amateurs kicked off at 5 a.m. Half Marathon and Police Cup at 5 a.m. Open 10K run also kicked off at 6 a.m. Then you've got a marathon of the elites. We've got our eyes on it. This is what we are gearing up for. Kicks off at 7 a.m. Champions with Disability. At 7:05 a.m. the Senior Citizens Run. More than 2,000 participants there. That's seen a meteoric rise at 7:25 a.m. And the Dream Run at 8:15 a.m. And you've got the who's who of Mumbai participating in the Dream Run. We'll get you all the updates. But so far, this is what we're looking forward to. But this is the warm-up. This is where everybody gears up for the race. This is exactly where every stretch counts. You are putting in all the hard work, the warm-up right before the race kicks off. This is the A6 warm-up. This is where you pulse in the energy amongst the runners. And we were talking about a sea of humanity. We see that sea of humanity right here with our volunteers here, of course, gearing them up, keeping them warmed up. You've got also a little bit of Zumba that will be added to the mix. But how important is a warm-up for an athlete?
It's very important. You know, yes, the temperatures here are a little bit warmer than most marathons at the start time, but actually you have to loosen up. You know, I don't know about most people, but certainly when I get up in the mornings, my legs and ankles and knees are a bit stiff, and that's if I haven't run the previous day. So just limbering up makes common sense. You know, when you see a dog wake up, it stretches, doesn't it? It gets itself nice and loose. That's the dog's warm-up, and we have to do the same sort of thing.
Indeed. And let me tell you, there's people that you saw there, they're not professional athletes. They're regular people. They're teachers, they're office workers, they're employees. But here they are for the energy of the Tata Mumbai Marathon. Talking about the energy, we've got something very special that is added to this edition. It is a Zunja Pulse. Now, what does Zunja stand for? It's a Marathi word for a fighter, for a warrior. And here is the spirit coming your way.
One last time. Thank you guys. And we go.
Well, that was a Zunja pass, but this is where the open full marathon kicked off. The marathon of the amateurs, which kicked off at 5 a.m. And these are your regular people, the ordinary people doing an extraordinary task this morning. And this is what kicked off at 5 a.m. This is the half marathon where it saw multiple participants from all across this country coming here in Mumbai to participate. You had more than 14,000 participants in the half marathon. Now, just talking about, how does one take on to the sport of running, Tim? You start with 5K, you come to 10K, and then you sort of challenge yourself to the half marathon. That's the reason why we're seeing that kind of participation this morning.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, most people start from ground zero. When you start running, whether you're a kid, if you're in your 20s, doesn't matter if you're middle-aged. You gradually build up. You jog a few hundred meters and then walk and jog a few hundred meters. And then maybe you get to jog a few kilometers. And the next thing you know, you're in a 5K race or you're in a 10K race. So it's like anything in life. You build towards.
Right, like we saw right there, we're looking at this picturesque view of the Mumbai city. What you see there is absolutely stunning. Mumbai as a city stands for resilience, it stands for grit, for everything that the city has gone through. And the same spirit is being shown by every single participant. This morning, I was crossing the subway of the CST station, the Chhatrapati Shivaji station. It was amazing to see the number of people out there early morning at 5 a.m. gearing up for this particular race. And the energy, the pulse that I felt there, I just wanted to go for a run myself. I was not going to come to the studios, I'll tell you that, Tim.
It's made you wanted to run home to bed. Listen, I got up before...
Thank you very much,
I got up before 3 o'clock and drove here a few kilometres, had a driver bring me here a few kilometres, and there were runners all the way. The dedication of athletes here in India to get up and race early. If you had a race in Europe beginning at 5 a.m., people would say, no, that's not going to work, sorry. But here in India, bang, people just grab it.
They indeed do, and this is what India really, stands for. You show them a way, you give them a direction, and they'll grab onto it. Now, talking about grabbing onto an opportunity, here's an opportunity for you. All you've got to do is scan and win. And this is how it goes. If you've been following our marathons, well, you know the drill. But all you've got to do is scan that QR code there, and then you enter a WhatsApp chat box with, of course, the Tata Mumbai Marathon. You enter your details, and you answer these questions. The questions are, the Tata Mumbai Marathon is being held in which month of the year? Well, you're watching us right now. That's the clue. Is it September, October, December, or Jan? The second question is what is the ethos of the Tata Mumbai Marathon 2026? If you're watching our broadcast from the T, then you know what the ethos is. Is it Har Dil Mumbai? Is it Har Mumbai Dil? Is it Har Ghar Mumbai? Or is it Har Mumbai? And the third question is, which edition of the Tata Mumbai Marathon is being held in 2026? 20th, 21st, 22nd, or 23rd? It doesn't get easier to this. And let me tell you what is up for grabs. You also have, of course, the Tata Mumbai Marathon merchandise, but you also get a 2-night stay at the Trident if you're those lucky 5 winners that, of course, answer this question, and you get picked up as a winner. Now, while we've got our eyes on our pro athletes, there are certain stories that have truly touched our heart. These are the stories of ordinary people leading extraordinary lives through running. These are our running heroes. And our very first running hero that we'd like to show you is Amit Roy. Check it out.
When he decides he has to run so much, he will do that. No matter what our plans will be.
I used to see Amit in a gym. He always used to run on a treadmill at a higher speed and at incline always.
So everybody thinks that what is this guy doing? He runs at 12 o'clock, he runs at any time, sometimes late in the night, sometimes early in the morning, sometimes during the day also, because he runs a lot.
Recently, I was detected, that I'm highly diabetic. And Amit has always supported me, and he always motivated me towards running. When I started enjoying it, I thought, let's give it a chance. Let's see how it feels, why he is so much into it. I need to, feel that.
I asked him about his, for what purpose he's doing all this. So he told me that time, like he's doing all this hard work for the TMM full marathon.
This is this question that is asked to every single runner. For what purpose are you doing it? where are you running to? But only when you take on those shoes and just take on that path of running, you realize why you're doing it. And only you know. It's so personal. But talking about Amit Roy, he's a self-coached marathoner. How difficult it is when you do not have a coach and the things that you need to take care of when you're doing it all by yourself.
Well, there's two things. I mean, there's one thing is just accumulating the knowledge which you can find on the internet. You can get it pretty easily. The other thing is motivation, and the two that have to go together. It's no good just having information without wanting to train. But what I find amazing is that he's a busy man and he's got the motivation to do this. And there's an old saying in the UK. I don't know if you have it here, but they say if you want a job done, find a busy man because they will get it done. Yeah. And I sort of feel that applies to him, really busy guy, but wow, he finds time to train.
Yeah, rather busy. He's a deputy GM in a corporate, but more importantly, his personal best of a full marathon is 3 hours, 48 minutes. This edition, he's targeting 3 hours, 30 minutes. That's an 18-minute gap that he's trying to cover. How difficult is that, and how do you do that?
Well, the beauty of running is you get out what you put in. If he's done the training, if he's been diligent, he's been out there. We heard them saying he does it in the middle of the night, he does in the evenings, the mornings, whenever he can fit it in. If he's done the training, he will get it out. I mean, it's not a very specific equation, but it's pretty accurate. You put in a lot of hard work in running, you will improve dramatically.
Well, you spoke about a word that is very key in running, which is preparation. Now, talking about preparation, there's a certain superstar in India who is all about preparation. We're talking about Amir Khan, and guess what? I spoke about the dream run. You're going to see the who's who of, Mumbai celebrity circle that is going to participate. One of them is Amir Khan and his family. Let's find out from them what do they make of the Tata Mumbai Marathon.
Actually, I've always seen the Tata Mumbai Marathon from afar and never imagined that I could ever participate. I'm not a natural runner.
My mom told me that Pani was also signing up to be part of TMM because they wanted to raise awareness about the work that was happening.
Pani Foundation, which works in watershed management and sustainable agriculture, and Agatsu Foundation, which works in mental health. And actually the important thing about both these organizations is that they work in bringing community together and empowering community through knowledge to actually help themselves.
हमारा फोकस है गट शेती, तो हम करीबन 26 क्रॉप्स में 26 ऐसे क्रॉप्स हैं जिसमें कि हम वो प्रोफेसर्स और साइंटिस्ट जो हमारे महाराष्ट्र के एग्रीकल्चरल कॉलेजेस से हैं वो डायरेक्टली फार्मर्स को सिखाते हैं ऑनलाइन। तो गट खेती में क्या होता है, एक तो आपका खर्चा कम हो जाता है, आमदनी बढ़ती है।
Pani Foundation seems like it's doing work in climate change and sustainability in Pani, and Agatsu is doing mental health. You would imagine that there's not a lot in common, but at the core of it, both these organizations believe very, very strongly in community and in using knowledge to empower people.
This is exceptional. This is exceptional for a simple reason that Amir Khan and their family, they are one of the most celebrated families of our country. They're using their platform, their voice, to also encourage millions of people across India to be able to come forward as a family and participate in the marathon. How important is it for celebrities like him to use their voice for a purpose like this?
Well, it's incredibly important because of the profile they've got. It's very, very easy for famous, wealthy people to just sit back and be apathetic and enjoy everything they've got and not project it, not pay it forward. But the family there are doing an incredible job, and it's really nice to see. And actually, it probably makes them sleep better at night as well, so that's their return.
It's not just that, it's also the contribution that they're doing to the society. They spoke about it. We'll keep getting you glimpses of Amir Khan, but also talking about another person that we've got our eyes on. He's become a regular in our marathon circle. It is the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, who will be running the marathon today. And you've got him running the half marathon. Remember, he participated in the Bengaluru marathon as well, the 10K. And here he is, of course, participating in the half marathon. Now that is an increase in, of course, the distance that he's running that we see in Shri Omar Abdullah himself. And this is what we were talking about early in the morning, right? This is the beauty of running. You start small, but you always keep challenging yourself. He ran Delhi as well, by the way. So he's a commoner in our running circle now.
Well, do you know what? There is the old saying, a day when I'm too busy, I don't have time to run is a day when I'm too busy. But actually, running like that, it does improve your day. It clears your thoughts. You put better work in the morning and the afternoon if you go for a lunchtime run. You'll sleep better if you go for an evening run. If you go for a morning run, your day kicks off well.
Right. But also, just talking about how much running as a sport has grown in our country, the participation that we saw 2 decades ago to the participation that we see today. More than 70,000 people participating, Tim. That's a 236% rise from where it started to where we are today. Even the rise, and of course, in the women participation. What does it say about the social fabric changing in our country?
Well, there's the two issues. There's the more generic change where people are embracing sport and embracing aerobic exercise, which is not one of the easy ones. Whether it's cycling, swimming, rowing, running, it's hard work to some degree to actually get out and make yourself move. Much easier to sit and hit a bat and a ball with a tennis racket or a squash racket, or just kick a ball around with your mates, or maybe play cricket. But actually, aerobic exercise is the best way. Culturally, it's changed massively, but the biggest change probably is the way it's affected women's recognition.
It indeed has. It has contributed so much. And talking about women's recognition, it comes from challenging yourself. And we've got one such woman, our running hero, that we'd like to get you a story. She's 69 years old, but she keeps challenging and keeps furthering her own possibilities. Take a look. This is Nancy Nanji.
It all was like a journey, and running has kept me alive the whole time, really. And he overcomes so many things, in her life, including, menopause, all of that, to just pass through it without a thought about it. But it's every day you're doing the same. It is so lonely to run alone, and I know everybody all along the way. The whole village, 2 villages, no way, because who else will run like a mad person from one village to another, That the marathon in a way is like it's a public challenge or what it is. That was never my thing. I just like to run. And I will do it once a year if I can. I'm grateful to my sister Rachel Chatterjee. I dedicate my marathon run this year.
She's a very famous name in Mumbai's creative circles. She's one of the best interior designers that our country's produced. And more importantly, the fact that she has a certain standard in professionalism. She's getting the same standard at the age of 69 in the sport of running. Now, how much creativity, you need in the sport of running, especially when you're taking it on at that age so that you can architect your life a little differently?
Well, do you know what really came across there for me was just how relaxed she was about it. She just takes it in her stride. A busy woman, a professional of great renown, but actually she's embraced running. And I think what came across was that she doesn't feel pressured. She enjoys her running. If she doesn't want to run, she doesn't have to run. If she wants to run and walk for half an hour, she can do that as well. So it's I just like the way she said it's not a big deal. You just run. And she said she loves running, which is kind of a lucky trait.
And also, a lot of people looking at that would be very surprised that she's 69. Super fit for 69 for sure, and kudos to her for that. Now, we've got some very special interviews lined up for you and throughout our broadcast. This is our IDFC First Bank Studio First interview, and our very first guest is Rahul Narvekar. He is the Speaker of Maharashtra's Legislative Assembly. Let's take a look.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
I've got with me Rahul Narvekar. So how rewarding is it to see the Tata Mumbai Marathon transform the sporting culture, especially from your own constituency?
Well, it's a moment of pleasure and pride to flag off the Tata Marathon year after year, which starts from the iconic Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus and passes through almost the entire city. This is a mark of pride for the entire city, and I'm very happy that this event has been carried on for so long.
Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
It's very important to see this kind of support from dignitaries coming towards the marathon, the Tata Mumbai Marathon, because it just goes to show that it's not just about race day. It is about the society coming together and building a community. And, talking about building a community here, Tim, it's not just about the sport, it's because we are also, through the Tata Mumbai Marathon, talking about how we can do welfare in the society. There are so many causes for which that the runners here are running for. How important is it to be able to make a difference like that in society through sport?
Well, I think it's wonderful because sport doesn't have an obligation to do that. But actually, when you've got an organising company that put on a massive event and the city embraces it and all the agencies in the city embrace it, then the power that they can push forward, that they can pay forward in terms of helping the less fortunate is absolutely massive. And Mumbai is doing that as well as any city in the world. I mean, literally.
Right, we'll be talking more of that, but guess what? Now the spotlight is on our elite athletes because the elite race is about to kick off at 7 a.m. sharp. Here's a look, and let me introduce you to the field that we've got. We've got 26 international elite athletes participating here. Tim, it's all yours. Take a look at every single name that we've got here and making the field rather competitive.
Well, yes, of course, it's the East Africans, the Ethiopians and Kenyans who dominate. Victor Kiplangat will be special. He's a former world champion. He's the reigning Commonwealth champion. The shortest man there, third to left at the moment. All these athletes, though, Tesfaye, Waldemariam, Tefera on the front row there, they will be very, very tough opponents. And the strength and depth in that men's field is fantastic. I think there's 6 men who have broken 2:06 for the marathon.
Yep, that is the elite men. Remember, the event record that we're talking about is 2:07. A look at the Indian elite men here. Anish Thapa is back, the defending champion.
Yes, and Thapa is the defending champion. You're dead right, and he will be tough to beat. And Man Singh, well, he was second last year. He will want to change that order around. Srinu Bugata as well. He won here in 2020 and 2024. I wonder if he, wearing 53, can get a hat trick.
Yep, hat-trick is what we're eyeing, and that just doesn't stop. Here is what the women have got to offer, what we're looking at, Tim, here.
Well, again, a superbly strong field. Churi Demise Ware to the left there. Probably starts as favourite. 2:20, her personal best. She's so close to being a member of the sub-220 club. She actually still holds the world under-20 record for the marathon. But as you can see, it's an all-Ethiopian field. There will be a 1, 2, 3 from the Ethiopians. But very hard to pick because, again, like the men, there's enormous strength and depth in that field.
Right, now we shift gears to the Indian women, and there is a certain Indian woman who is eyeing a hat-trick today. It is Nirma Ben Thakur. And what else?
Well, exactly. And Lita Babar had a hat-trick back in 2012, 13 and 14, and Thakur is trying to do the same thing. Bhagirathi, well, she's a very, very strong athlete, 2:48 her personal best. She's only a minute slower on paper than Thakur. I think that will be a real battle. And Yadav too, well, her first Mumbai Marathon, she has finished 7th in races before, but Yadav is going to be tough to beat as well.
Right, there are records to be broken here at the Tata Mumbai Marathon. Will they be shattered? We'll find out in just a bit. We'll take a short break here, but you don't go anywhere as we bring you the races on the other side.
काफी बड़ा परिवार है मेरा, यही संसार है मेरा। हर दिन मेरी कोशिश है इसे हरा भरा रखने की, कुछ कोशिश घर को मजबूत बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश घर को जीता जागता बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश बड़ों की सेवा की, कुछ कोशिश छोटों को बड़ा बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश नई दिशाएं दिखाने की, कुछ कोशिश उत्साह जगाने की। देश नाम है मेरे संसार का, इंडिया नाम है मेरे परिवार का, टाटा कोशिश जिम्मेदारी निभाने की।
आप तीनों के लिए कैटेगरी लाया हूँ बॉलीवुड। जवाब पहचानिए, बजर दबाइए, स्टार्ट। संदीपा,
कहो ना प्यार है।
बिल्कुल सही गेस किया।
ये आपके लिए मेरा सवाल।
कहो ना प्यार है, तो मैं घर में क्या जवाब दूंगा?
Wheel of Fortune 27 जनवरी से सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
Australian Open tomorrow 5:30 a.m. only on the Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Hello and welcome back. This is the Tata Mumbai Marathon, the 21st edition. With the ethos that we carry, it's Har Dil Mumbai, and we are minutes away from the elite race that kicks off at 7 a.m. sharp, so you stay tuned. But more importantly, this is what the global community of athletics has been waiting for. Tim, just to talk about how far the Tata Mumbai Marathon has come, in the world stage, how do the global community of athletics look at this particular race?
I think people are paying more and more attention to it because of its size, just in natural numbers of runners, but also the quality of runners that are coming here. You know, the currency of distance running is about fast times. There's the elite athletes on the line. You can see they've got exactly 2 minutes until they get underway at 7 o'clock. It's about 21 degrees outside now. I don't think the temperature will climb much for the next hour or so. It's maybe the last third of the race that could be testing temperature-wise. But you have the race directors are ambitious. They want course records today, event records, 2:07:32 for the men and 2:24:15 for the women. Those are the times to watch. But we want great racing too.
It is an incredible field. In fact, thank you so much for the comprehensive breakdown of that, Tim. But 6 men who've run under 2:06, a defending champion in Anish Thapa that you see in the Indian elite men, a world marathon champion in Victor Kiplangat. You've got Mansingh with that 2:13:25, the third fastest Indian time ever recorded. And you also have a Nirma Ventakot chasing a hat-trick this morning. That would put her in the elite company only. Lalita Babar has won 3 consecutive Tata Mumbai Marathons. She did that in 2012, 2013 and 2014. You've got Nirma Ventakot eyeing that in 2024, 2025. Can she repeat it in 2026 and join that elite group? This is going to be absolutely spectacular. But yet again, what are we looking at? What are we eyeing? What are the records to be broken, not just for the international elite, but also for the Indian elite?
Well, there are pacemakers to take them out at the right tempo. These are runners who will lead them out down the road, and they should start in about 30 seconds. There's Andre de Grasse, the international event ambassador, 7 times an Olympic medalist. I had the privilege of interviewing him a couple of days ago. Really delightful Canadian gentleman.
Right, he is our international event ambassador, and he'll be joining us in the studio. But you stay tuned for that. On the other side, we also see Amir Khan's wife. You've got Boria Majumdar. You've got the who's who from the journalist world. But you also have everyone here from the Mumbai celebrity circle joining here and, of course, encouraging every single racer right there. It is about to kick off. The time is rather close. And this is what the world has been waiting for, Tim.
It is indeed, yes. Away they go. You know, all that pent-up energy. These athletes, you've got to remember, have been training for months for this moment. They've been easing off in training for the last 10 days. The energy, the nerves, mental and physical energy building over this last week or so. And now it can be unleashed on the course. But they've got to get the judgment right. You have to gauge your effort and spread your energies. It's no good getting to halfway very, very fast because you will fall apart in the second half.
Right, I'm going to take a lowdown from you for how do you structure a marathon, but more importantly, if you take a look at the atmosphere, the magnificent structure. We just saw the CST station there, the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus. Of course, the Gothic arches meeting Indian architecture, but what we look at here is where you've got the elite men and women who've taken onto the streets of Mumbai, and you're going to see Mumbai, the landscape of Mumbai in all its glory. And these are very special moments, Tim, is because Mumbai is such a populated city, But this morning, for a few hours in January, it is completely blocked. Is because you just unleash it to these runners. These runners own the streets of Mumbai, and it's very special and rather rare.
It is. The logistical challenge of shutting down so much of a city of this size is quite astonishing. And they've done it now year after year after year. The first race back in 2004, of course. So these athletes negotiating this first couple of minutes, this first kilometre, you know, this is a cerebral course. I think it's a course you've got to get right. If you get it right, you can be really richly rewarded.
And you also get that kind of money if you get it right. From the 1st to the 10th, you've got a prize money to win. The first position for the international elite prize money is $50,000 and $25,000, $15,000. And if you're at the 10th position, you get $1,500. Like Tim rightly mentioned, is $250,000 that we're looking forward to for the international elite men. Now, if you take a look at the Indian elite, the first prize money is 5 lakhs all the way to the 7th position. The 7th position, you get 1 lakh, but that's not it. If you break the course record, you get another 2 lakhs. And if you break the national record, you get another lakh. So if you finish at the first position, breaking the course record, as well as the national record, you're taking back home 8 lakh rupees. That's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, but it's absolutely normal. Most races have a domestic prize list as well as an international prize list. And it just recognises the fact that, you know, most countries don't have many athletes who can go super fast, like the dozens of Kenyans and Ethiopians that are spread amongst the best races in the world.
Right. Well, you can see the sun is just about coming out. You've got the Mumbai skyline bathing, of course, in the sunrise. But this side, spectacular. You've got strength. You see the kind of body language they're taking on. Now, if I talk about textbook marathon running, if you can explain what textbook marathon running is all about, Tim.
It's about getting, it's about judgment of pace. It's about getting the first half right. Here's the elite women, the super strong elite women's field of East Africans, in fact, indeed, of Ethiopians, it has to be said, at the very front end. But, you know, these early kilometres, you've got to be able to hold back. You've got to be able to sort of gauge your effort and make sure you don't give too much, and be relaxed as well, because actually bumping and barging and changing position on the road uses nervous energy. So it's about just tucking in there and letting these early kilometres click by.
Right. They're taking it slow right now in a bunch, but there will come a point rather soon when you've got the elite of the elite who will break out from there. But what we see here are the spectacular views of South Mumbai. This is the South Mumbai, which is on the other side of the Bandra Worli Sea Link that connects, of course, South Mumbai to the suburbs. But we're going to take a glimpse of all of Mumbai. Tim, have you enjoyed yourself in Mumbai every time you come here and the spectacular views that Mumbai has to offer?
Absolutely. Actually, I was walking around some of the city centre yesterday and I was thinking to myself how much I feel at home here now. You know, you get into that vibe. It is very different to Europe, of course, but I've been here enough times now to really feel at home. And it sort of washed over me yesterday, this sudden realisation I'm at home.
It is home. It is home for you now. And I hear that you also have a little bit of Indian blood. We'll talk about that a little later. But what we see is just a flow of momentum from these athletes. You were talking about textbook marathon running. How do these elite marathoners divide their time? How do they divide the distance and how do they pace it?
Well, they need to be able to get to halfway very, very comfortable, and then really shouldn't be starting to work hard until about 3/4 distance. Then they need to focus.
Right, the focus. The focus is what it's all about. Now, very quickly, let's take a look at the start yet again. And you've got another race kicking off. And this is where you're going to see a sea of humanity. You also have Amir Khan and his family on the stage, of course, here to sort of commend every single runner. You're going to see a sea of humanity taking on the streets of Mumbai.
Over 1,100 in this Champions with a Disability at 5 past the hour. Those lasers make it look like it's raining almost, don't they? It's a brilliant effect as Amir Khan.
Amir Khan and family on stage lending the support to this incredible event and the cause that they're running for. They'll be participating in the Green Run, but what we're seeing here is the Champions of Disability Run. Now, if you thought that there was any excuse you had to take on to the sport of running, watch this. and learn. Because any excuse that there was, they've defied all those odds that ever broke them or shattered them. In fact, they've used them in their strength, and they take on the streets of Mumbai to take part in this Champions of Disability run. You've got runners in wheelchairs with their guides. You also have a lot of runners out there with a disability where they can't see. You have mental health issues, runners who are taking onto the street with mental health issues. They've got coaches, they've got trainers, but more importantly, they've got grit, they've got resilience, and that's what the sport's all about.
There was a brilliant little sign just then. It said, "You see disability, we see ability." I love that. It's got a real ring to it.
It indeed has, and that's the ability that we see on the streets of Mumbai. But beautiful scenes here. You've got, like I said, the best of Mumbai coming together in order to support and lend their support to all the runners this morning. Well, they will kick off from the CST station, the Chhatrapati Shivaji station. They flow down through the city, reaching the Marine Drive, the Queen's Necklace of Mumbai, the Art Deco buildings on one side, the Arabian Sea on the other, and the spectacular views of the Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus. It is bathing in the morning sunlight. Of course, you see those arches from the Victorian era, but it also has a lot of elements, the Indian elements that are tied to it. You know, it's rather significant to see this. Of course, Tim, is because there's a lot of heritage there, but there's a lot of modern Mumbai that you also see here. You also see that how Mumbai is racing towards the future.
No, absolutely, and I love that contrast in Mumbai. You know, the amount of construction. I mean, 21 years I've been coming here now, and the skyline of Mumbai has changed so dramatically. And then you look at these glorious old structures from, 150 years ago, and I like that contrast. It's very special.
How beautiful are January mornings in Mumbai to run?
Very good, actually. Yeah, nice and cool, nice and cool. I mean, I love the warmth. You know, don't forget that I've come over from London for this, and in London right now, I think it's about 5 degrees. We had -6, -8 in my village just south of London last week, so it's an absolute delight. How do you think it feels to come into 20, 25 degrees when it's freezing at home?
It is, but let me tell you, for Mumbai cars, the current temperature is also quite cold because Mumbai is usually not really used to the cold. Now, going back and taking a look at what the elites are up to, take me through it, Tim.
Well, we've just heard that they went through the first kilometre. They've been racing now, as you can see, for 8 minutes, so they're well past 2 kilometres. But the first kilometre was passed in 3:01, and that is well inside 2:10 tempo. Indeed, it's inside course record tempo. To run 2:07.32, they need to be running their kilometres in about 3:02, an average, and they've run 3:01. Now, that first kilometre does have a slight downhill element to it, but it looks like they're setting into a nice rhythm here, and that's a big pack. The tall figure there is one of the pacemakers. That's Adam Lipschitz of South Africa. You can see Adam there on his bib number, second to right. He's very tall. He's the perfect pacemaker if there's any wind, and I don't think there is any wind today, which is another good thing. He's the perfect person to tuck in behind.
And we've got a little mascot telling us it's 2.7 kilometers up. You spoke about pacemakers. Now, everybody who's new to running or who've tuned into the broadcast to watch this live, if you could just take us through the importance of a pacemaker.
Well, the pacemakers, these 4 across the front there, are all pacemakers. Their job is to hit each kilometre split, maintain a tempo, and it's just the right speed. So the runners behind can trust them and settle into a nice rhythm. That's what you want. What you don't want is a seesawing pace that gets faster and slower, faster and slower.
Right. Now, very quickly, if we take a look at the route, let me tell you the course map has changed a little in 2026. Tim, I spoke about the important points that they'll be crossing, but what is it all about?
Well, that starts up there at CSMT, of course, and heads down towards, after a lap of the Maidan, Oval Maidan. They come down to the seafront, take a left, they're past the hotel, the Trident Hotel at Nariman Point, and then head out along Marine Drive and then the Coastal Road. And there are some changes. We could really say it's a race record rather than a course record because the course has changed in 1 or 2 places. And I've heard mixed views as to whether or not the course is faster or slower than the past. There is a new little hill there. That spiral involves a little extra climb. But the quality of the road surface out there on the coastal road and then onto the Worli Sea Link. And remember I said there's no wind out there today. I think that's very good as well, as they hit halfway just before coming off the Worli Sea Link. I think conditions out there will be really good. And some people think the course is even quicker than last year.
So which part of that course is going to be rather hard?
The return journey here, coming back up Ashlock, past Ashlock Hospital, the big hill there, Jaslock Hospital, excuse me. That's a big, big hill. That's a real challenge with just a few kilometres to go. And then luckily it's a nice flat rhythm you can get into there on Marine Drive before taking the left to Peterborough Bay and back up towards the finish line. It is a quick course. You've just got to be ready for that hill in the latter stages. There's a bit of a kick in the tail on this course.
And coming back to the men's elite here, they're already running for 10 minutes out there. What point have they reached on that course map?
Let me think. Where are they? 11 minutes. They're at about 3.5k, almost 4k. So they are now. They'll be on Marine Drive in about 2 or 3 minutes' time. They'll be on Marine Drive. They're still negotiating that a little loop there before the around the Maidan. They're at about 4k, almost 4k now. And as you can see, the pacemaker's doing a really good job. That big pack of the actual racers tucked in behind these guys, we can't really see.
Right, that's the international elite men. We'll also take a look at the Indian men. Remember, Anish Thapa, the defending champion from the Indian elite men, is back to defend his title. Can he do it again? Now, talking about defending, you know, Tim, winning is one thing, but defending is another challenge.
It is
How
indeed.
challenging can that be?
Exactly. Retaining a title is very tough indeed, especially when everybody else is breathing down your neck like that. But he's had a good year. You know, he won the Hyderabad Marathon back in August in 2:24. He's got a very good half marathon time of just outside 64 minutes. So he's the real deal, is Anish Thapa, and defending champion here after 2:17 last year. He'll be looking to go quicker this year. Remember, that Indian record is 2:12. It's been around for many, many years.
Right, and the course record, the event record, like you rather mentioned, was 2:07:32, set by Hale Lemmy in 2023. And the women, it was 2:24:15, set by Anchalam Hemnot in 2023. Both these records were held in 2023. We're looking forward to one of these elite international men breaking that record.
I'm not sure. We'll have to see. We'll know very soon, because only 12 minutes on the clock. It's too early to say. But I'll tell you what, second to right here in the pink top is Karthik Kakera from Maharashtra, and his best is 2:20. He's an orthopedic surgeon, can you believe? We were talking earlier about how some of our people are professionals, they have busy lives, and they still find time to train. This guy's knocking on the door of international class as a great runner. Karthik Kakera in the pink there, third to right, an orthopedic surgeon, and just cruising along with this pack. Looks very smooth.
It is very intriguing and amazing to see people from all walks of life and doing a rather good job of it and becoming pro athletes. Now, Indian women, take me through that field.
Well, I'm just looking at Nurmagomedben Thakur. I'm just trying to see Nurmagomedben. Is that her there right in the middle in the white vest, I think? Yeah, she's the defending champion. Ran 2:50 last year. Her personal best 2:47. That was when she was 10th in Mumbai back in 2022. She was the first Indian that day as well. So she knows this course really well. She knows this city, and that does help. It definitely helps, especially when there are hurdles to cover, like that big hill in the latter stages. There's the men turning left onto Marine Drive. They're heading south now, basically, towards Nariman Point. Big pack. It's about 20 strong, as we expected, but conditions looking really good there. And you can see runners from earlier races, they're moving along in the bottom road. They're closer to the water, and effectively the race becomes its own crowd, because they will be cheering on that elite field.
Right, but more importantly, just as a viewer right now, I can tell you something, Tim. That rhythm, the rhythm that they have is truly hypnotic. And along with that, you've got the Marine Drive, you've got the Art Deco buildings on one side. On the other side, you can't see it right now, but you've got the Arabian Sea. So you've got a spectacular view. As our drone pulls out, we will be able to show you the Arabian Sea and the whole view of Mumbai. This is the most iconic location of Mumbai. Every time you see a picture of Mumbai, you will see a Marine Drive. And in the night, as these lights go on, you see the Queen's Necklace. The bend of Marine Drive, this is where the Queen's Necklace is formed. And there you see our runners taking on the streets this morning on Jan 18th. It is rather picturesque, isn't it?
It's glorious, yes, and it's still not fully daylight. I mean, it's still almost a dawn, sort of misty morning. It's been misty for the last few days here in Mumbai, but it's a bit clearer this morning than it was Friday, I think it was. It was very, very misty.
And look at this, it's 26 of the world's fastest marathoners who've exploded onto the field, and they ain't stopping. They're eyeing a record. They're eyeing a full a couple of kilometers down. Remember, it's 42.195 kilometers that we're looking forward to in a full marathon. At this particular stage, when does it start to get a little tedious, and then when do you see the body language change?
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're running a marathon, 42K, if you're feeling tired by halfway, you're in trouble. You've got a very, very difficult day ahead of you, a very difficult second half. So all these fellas should be feeling very, very comfortable here. They're actually holding back from what they could be doing. They could sprint off and run much faster than this, but they know full well from a bitter experience, because most people have a bad race now and again. They know full well they've got to get the judgment right. So they're just cruising along now, get to halfway in a fast time, but feeling comfortable.
Right, it is just about that one moment, isn't it? It's that one moment of disaster, one moment of glory. But spectacular aerial view that we just saw. The elite pack, of course, streaming away from the CST station. They've taken on to the Marine Drive. The morning sun definitely casting long shadows across the Mumbai streets. It's still not out completely, but it will get a little difficult once it's out, because the conditions will get rather heated up. These are some of the iconic buildings on the Marine Drive that they're crossing.
So 5.4 kilometres there, 16:19. It'd be great to get a 5K split. Haven't got that just yet. But I think after the first kilometre was the 3:01, they will have got to 5K in about 15:10, something like that. And that would put them pretty much on perfect tempo for the course record, the event record. They've negotiated that U-turn there at the southernmost tip of the course. And they're now heading with the sea on their left, back past the Trident Hotel and onto the long drag around Marine Drive and the Queen's Necklace, as it's called.
Yep, you'll be able to see the Queen's Necklace, of course, when the lights go on. But right now what they've done is taken that U-turn.
They've taken that U-turn and moving very smoothly now. And the pacemaker's doing a good job. You will have noticed the pacemaker's taking on drinks. Very, very important in a marathon, especially when you know it's going to be warm through the second half, to take on liquids early. You should always, in a marathon, in a long-running event, even a half marathon, take on liquid before you feel thirsty. If you take on the liquids only when you feel thirsty, you've left it too late. That's the golden rule. So keep sipping from very, very early on, and you will see all those elite athletes grabbing drinks at the drink stations. There are special drink stations for them every 5 kilometers. They handed in drinks bottles last night, specially made up concoctions for each athlete, their own bottles easily identifiable. And when they get to the drinks tables every 5K, they make sure they grab their own bottle.
I need to keep myself hydrated as well, considering my voice is breaking.
You do need to keep yourself hydrated.
Well, that's the beauty of the temperatures here in Mumbai. You know, it's changing.
It is changing, yes. And these 4 pacemakers forming a wall across the road. Now, I've heard that they want to get to halfway in 63:45, which is what, 2:07:30 pace, and that event record 2:07:32. So if they get it right here, it will be absolutely brilliant, and we could see some very fast times rolled out today. That pack tucked in behind the pacemakers, who are 4 abreast. Now that also signals to me that there is no wind, which is a great sign as they're on Marine Drive. Can you see a single leaf moving on those trees? I think if there was wind there in their faces, that pack of runners would be tucked in closer to the pacemakers. So everything I'm seeing suggests that conditions are really good. There's Lipschitz. They call him the captain of the pacemakers. I think people are trusting him to get this pace right. Rono there as well, Ruben Kiptu-Rono. He trains with Abdi Nagaye, who won the New York Marathon last November. That's Rono in the blue there, second to left. Big, tall character. Again, a perfect pacemaker. You want big fellas to be at the front there as pacemakers. And at the moment, they are pretty much exactly on the right tempo. 63:45 speed for halfway. And they went to 6K, I've just seen, at 18:05. So they're inside course record tempo or event record tempo. They passed the point where they came down from the city centre and joined Marine Drive. And now heading north and breaking new ground here, because this is quicker than ever before at the Mumbai Marathon. 20 minutes on the clock, and all the athletes taking advantage of this cool weather through the first half. No wind. There may be a bit of wind when they get onto the Worley Sea Link. We don't know, because they're very exposed there and quite raised high above the water, as everybody knows. But at the moment, if you can go a bit quicker than planned through the first half, it can be a good strategy, because you bank a cushion of time. Right, here's the elite women. Now, they are very much in single file. The men were quite a lot more spread out than that. And that, too, suggests to me, Redeemer, that they are moving pretty fast here, waiting for some splits to come through for the women's race.
When does that point come in the race, when they start to break out?
Oh, it'll be a long time yet. I mean, you wouldn't expect people to be dropping away with only 20 minutes on the clock. I think, actually, that the women at 5K was 17:03, and that is very quick indeed. If they were on 2:30 tempo, it'd be 17:45. So there you can see the 5.4K split, although that's of not much use, really. It's a rather bizarre split to be given, 18:28. But you can see the names, Chekole and New, all the big names up there expected, Demise Ware and Gebramedin. Demise there, very tall. Interviewed her on Thursday at the Elite Athletes press conference, and she was very, very shy, very, very whispering, reluctant to say much. That's lovely, isn't it? Runners on both sides of the road. Bigger numbers than ever before, remember. And those athletes on the left, heading back towards the end of their race, will be cheering on the elite athletes. As you can see, they're right in the centre, the elite athletes pouring past now. Athletes who are just jogging along a little bit more slowly from an earlier start. Hardly a breath of wind, hardly any waves on the sea there, on the bay. All good indicators that the conditions are good here. And quite a few of these athletes, remember, have run this race before. It really does help to know a course. I don't think many of them have been driven around the course in the last few days, but they will certainly have been training along Marine Drive here. I went for a jog there myself on Friday night and passed quite a few of the athletes. That's how slow they run in their last couple of days. They're just jogging, they're limbering up, keeping their legs loose. They were going so slowly that I passed them, and I was running super slow.
You've been an Olympian yourself, but just talking about, something that you really touched upon is the fact that they go slow initially and then they start catching pace. We spoke about how they build momentum, but talking about experience, there are a lot of athletes who are returning to the Tata Mumbai Marathon. They know what Mumbai is like. They know what this event holds for them, but the course is new. So there is literally no athlete out there who knows this course to the T. Is that a differentiator?
That's a significant difference, but actually I think it is a better course. I think the quality of the road surface on the coastal road is really good. And I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they think it's a faster course because of that quality. It's right down by the water, so they're protected from the wind more than if it was raised high above the water. Here we are, back to that lead men's pack, moving really well. 24 minutes on the clock, waiting for some more splits to come through. But Lipschitz there looks very comfortable, doesn't he? The South African. And the tiny figure to the right there is Levi Chilangat of Uganda. He trains with Joshua Cheptegei, the world record holder at 5,000 and 10,000. He's a minuscule little figure, Levi Chilangat, but doing a great job as one of those primary pacemakers.
And there's another race that's about to kick off. As we look at the elite, of course, the pros who've taken onto the streets of Mumbai. But this is the senior citizens race. We've got the senior citizens here who, of course, come with the ethos, Har Dil Mumbai, but more importantly, there's also a narrative in this race. The narrative is that there is no age limit to achievements. You've got every participant here who's above the age of 60, and we've seen a meteoric rise in the senior citizens race as well. You've got more than 2,000 participants here, and of course, on the pedestrian there, you've got all our dignitaries, the who's who of Mumbai out here to cheer them. 2,219 participants in the senior citizens run. How significant is that number?
It's massive. I mean, I can remember when it was a few hundred, and then it reached 1,000, and we thought that was significant. Now over 2,000, 2,219 I have for the senior citizens run.
You've got Amir Khan's family, the entire family, along with
those senior citizens just easing into their morning jog, aren't they? It's nice to see. They're moving, and everyone a winner, as I said earlier in my introduction. I feel as though, especially this age group, it's just fantastic to be out there doing it. It's all too easy to not participate. One of the easiest things in the world is to sit down and do nothing. But none of these athletes, none of these senior citizens accepting that. They are picking up the cudgel.
the voice that I have right now, Jim. I'll be sitting here and doing nothing. You'll be doing a lot of talking. But who else we had out there was Dino Moria. That's what I was trying to finish. But look at these aerial views. It's spectacular. The sun is just about out. Mumbai looks so stunning. You know, the aerial views, we've got drones in every specific points here. That's a part of our broadcast here at the Tata Mumbai Marathon. We're covering, of course, the CST station, that's Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus. But we also have one on the Marine Drive. We've got the Bandra Worli Sea Link, and we'll be showing you these views of Mumbai. And it's a very, very important part of history as well, as for the simple reason that Mumbai being such a populous city, it has been stopped in the wee hours of this particular day in January for these runners, for this energy, for the momentum, for grit, for resilience. That is a very significant core part of what Mumbai cars stand for. The Senior Citizens Run, it's very, very encouraging, inspirational, and it's inspirational for every single youngster who's watching us, because this is what you want to grow up to become. You want to become this. You want to become this individual so that you never give up in life. There you got Dino Moria along with Amir Khan and family. We also have our international event ambassador, and this is what we're talking about. The fun they have this morning.
Whatever he had for breakfast, I want some of it. Boy, oh boy. 4.2 kilometres they've got to run. What's that? About 2.5 Old English miles starting from CSMT. What a view that was of CSMT. Quite astonishing. They run down towards Marine Drive, take a right, get to the Princess Street flyover, go up that, and then come back inland and finish near the Metro Inox cinemas.
Well, here they are just getting started here. More than 2,000 participants in the Senior Citizens Run. But this energy, this kind of joy is truly infectious. Puts a smile on everyone's face.
I tell you what, I reckon it's going to take years off their lives. Some of them, the way they're enjoying themselves there, that shared joy, that shared energy. And it is infectious. I mean, just brilliant.
Millions of Mumbaikars out here. All of them coming together for one cause, singing, dancing, rejoicing on this January morning. And then you've got the pros who bring in the professionalism, but you know, don't take it lightly, because the professionalism that we're talking about exists in every single participant. Just the fact that they've taken on those running shoes, standing for a particular cause, and starting on that starting line, starting a new journey in life. You know, there are a lot of battles that runners go through, Tim, and no one would know it better than you. But the battles to start is far more challenging than on the finish line.
Well, these senior citizens know that life is a journey, and they're taking their journey nice and steadily this morning. They're no rush. They're getting their pictures of the celebrities up there on the stage, and taking their time, taking it nice and steady. And the next race to go, of course, is the Champions with Disability.
Yeah, think about that for a moment. You've got 2,219 people out there, like you very rightly mentioned them. They could be at home, who've earned the right to take it easy, who society might tell you've done enough, but no, they ain't listening to that. Instead, they are here dancing, rejoicing on this fun morning here in January. And they're pinning race bibs to their chests. They're about to run through the streets of Mumbai in just a bit. We'll take a short break here as you soak in the energy. If you're a Mumbaikar, come on, come to South Bombay and see how it's all panning out. And we take a short break here, along with a rather inspirational message from the chairman of Tata Sons. Take a look and come back soon.
Greetings to all of you. Welcome you all to the Tata Mumbai Marathon 2026. I would like to congratulate all of you for reaching to this point and wish you a tremendous race in the Tata Mumbai Marathon 2026. Happy running and have a wonderful year ahead. Great start to the year.
काफी बड़ा परिवार है मेरा, यही संसार है मेरा। हर दिन मेरी कोशिश है इसे हरा भरा रखने की, कुछ कोशिश घर को मजबूत बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश घर को जीता जागता बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश बड़ों की सेवा की, कुछ कोशिश छोटों को बड़ा बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश नई दिशाएं दिखाने की, कुछ कोशिश उत्साह जगाने की। देश नाम है मेरे संसार का, इंडिया नाम है मेरे परिवार का, टाटा कोशिश जिम्मेदारी निभाने की।
अगली कैटेगरी तीनों के लिए पति पत्नी। स्पिन करो और विन करो। H, यस, S। नितेश, वेरी गुड जॉब। अगर नाग जी आ गए, जितना पैसा आपको इस राउंड के अंदर मिला है वो आपसे ले लिया जाएगा। Would you like to solve it? स्पिन कर लेते हैं।
We love fortune। 27 जनवरी से सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Hit him, hit him, hit him. Aussie, Aussie,
Aussie. Australian Open tomorrow 5:30 a.m. only on the Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Hello and welcome to the studios of the Tata Mumbai Marathon. My voice definitely hasn't taken a hit, but I'll tell you what, this is a true Mumbaikar. At 23 degrees, we fall sick. But guess what? Now we've got two voices more here in the studio. We're joined by Adil Samariwala, the Vice President of World Athletics here in India. Hello, sir.
Hi.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
It's so good to see you and have you back again.
Thank you very much.
What have you made out of the marathon so far?
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic, both in terms of participation, in terms of numbers, and from what we are seeing on screen, the timings that they are running at the moment, they could be running for a course record.
So we're going to show you glimpses of the elite race as we continue our chat. We probably have it at split screen because we're keeping an eye on that. That's what the spotlight is.
All of us are keeping an eye on that.
We're keeping an eye on that because there are records to be broken. But coming back, of course, here they are. You've got the elite race out there. You just have the top two, of course, kicking in the pacemaker, setting the pace out there. We're 33 minutes, 46 seconds into the race. But Mr. Samariwala, just talking about 2 decades of legacy, just talking about how far we've come when it comes to the sport of race. As you answer that, they're crossing Kemp's Corner.
Yeah, crossing close to my house. So, down the bridge. So, yeah, so they've done the bridge, which is good. No, so I can tell you I've been associated from the very first marathon. And I remember there were hardly a couple of 100 people that actually finished the full marathon. And I mean, and see where we've come today. We've got like 10,000 people doing that. So it's a long way. I think this marathon has done something for not only the city but the whole sporting ecosystem. It's got people out there and running. It's helping to form a sporting culture. And if India needs to win medals, sporting culture is a very, very important thing. So, and to build sporting culture takes 2 to 3 decades. It doesn't happen overnight. And this is the spark that's lit the whole fire.
I was going to say, Adil, you know, back in 2004, New York Marathon, London Marathon, dozens of other marathons were decades old. this was a new thing. Who thought that 20 years later this would be the site we were seeing? 22 years later we'd be seeing this site in the 21st Tata Mumbai Marathon. And it wasn't a foregone conclusion that first race back in 2004 would grow to this. There's been a massive amount of work to turn it into this festival.
So when we did the first one, and when the Singh brothers did the first one, people didn't even think the first one would actually take off and it would happen and stuff like that. And there was a lot of negativity around it, saying, oh, marathon. But there was hardly one big marathon that happened in Mumbai before that. So everybody was skeptical. And wow. And the Indian runners, wow. And it's completely changed. It's now the other extreme.
It's got a momentum, hasn't
it? Not only today, it's so positive. Everything only talks positive about it. So from totally negative to totally positive, it's been absolute sea change.
And I think also the Indian men and women have come a long way too. You know, there were hardly any of them 21 years ago.
That's right.
Those that were there were running very, very slowly. Now you've got Indian men. Every year it seems to me they're getting closer and closer to their top world class.
I mean, you know, you've been a runner, and you know it's just natural that when Indian athletes run with some of the better runners or some of the best in the world, they are going to improve. And anybody who trains wants to run with better and better runners, whether you're doing 100 meters or you're doing a marathon. You train, I mean, our middle and long distance runners are training at Colorado Springs with the Kenyans. And we have today Gulveer running 27 seconds for 5,000 meters. 10,000 meters. So, you know, that's how you improve. And this gives an opportunity for our Indian athletes to come out there and compete with the best.
Well, the really good thing is that one or two of these lads are chasing places in the Asian Games, for example, you know, and that's a stepping stone towards the World Championships and the Olympics.
So, you know, while what we say is true, you know, somehow our athletes have really not done well. They've not been able to repeat their performances at World Championships, etc. Trying to figure out either some of them are running too many events because it's good prize money, and I don't blame them because of prize money. Asian Games has no prize money, so the Olympic Games has no prize money. Now we have. With SEPCO giving us prize money, but there was no prize money. So far it's only for the first, but we'll go down the line. But having said that, I think our athletes are running too many events. I think it's more to make some quick money, but I think over a period of time, I think that will also sort of, you know, ease out, and when they realize that they can start becoming top in the world, they will change.
It's a numbers game as well, as we see the elite women here making the climb, and the 10K split for the leading women, what, 33, 40, 41?
Yeah.
That's solid enough running. Solid enough running. Just checking my cards and what they should be going through. 10K in. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. They're doing fine. They're doing fine.
Good,
They're on pace, on something close to course record tempo. But I was going back to the Indian situation. You know, looking at it from outside India, it's a numbers game. You've got to throw an awful lot of youngsters and get people training hard in big groups for some cream to rise to the top. You know, if the pyramid is not big across the base, the peak of the pyramid, the really good talent can't be very high.
So, yeah, so you're right. You're right. There hasn't been a system that we have, say, for the track and field events. There isn't for walking, there is, but there isn't for marathon. And road running, we have it up to 10,000 meters, but not beyond. We have the largest grassroots level program in the world where 1 million children take part, under 14, under 16. So if you look at Neeraj Chopra or Duti Chand or Hima Das or whoever, they all came out of this system. We don't have, again, there is a lot of debate that is happening about early specialization, overtraining, and records show that there were about 150 Asian gold medalists in the last a decade, only 4 really made it to the seniors. So there is a lot of so to control that. So it's not an easy game to sort of balance the whole thing, and that's what we are trying to do.
But here's my question to you, sir, because you spoke about India bidding for the 2036 Olympics. How does a marathon like the Tata Mumbai Marathon contribute towards showing the world India's dominance in the world athletics scene?
Okay, so whatever has to happen, we need more medals. 6 medals and 7 medals for a country that hosts Olympic Games is a non-starter. To get more medals, you need a base.
We come to that, but take a look at that. We've got the new coastal road,
Yes.
and you know, we've seen the heritage of Mumbai throughout this morning. Now we come to the newer side of Mumbai. Just take a look at this future. The future glimpses of the Mumbai. This is the newest infrastructure that has come to the Mumbai city. The zigzagness of the coastal road, and this is solid tarmac that the athletes will be running on very soon. You see the runners out there taking on to the tarmac already. But coming back to your point, sir.
The only thing I worry a little about is the inclines.
Yeah.
But
That's quite a sympathetic, gradual climb, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
That
It is.
spiral.
Being an athlete, you're always sympathetic to anybody who has to climb anything, any gradient. Yeah, but coming back, so this is something that creates the foundation. If 69,000 people can actually come and run, and this is not happening in Bombay. Delhi is going the same way. Kolkata is going the same way. Bangalore is going the same way. There are other marathons across the country. There are about 2,000 road races in India annually now, and about 650 of them are actually chip time. They're chip time, so you can see what's happening. It's happening. So that's going to create the base for us.
But you know, I always say, Adil, that I don't think India has scratched the surface yet of the talent that's out there. You know, 1.4 billion people. Imagine the amount of people out there in the masses who have got tons of talent and don't discover it. It's the same in any society.
Yeah.
So you might be a brilliant trumpet player, but you never pick up a trumpet to find out. And runners are there. So you've got to use the analogy. You've got to cast the net and give everybody a chance of being discovered.
Gents, excuse me, because my attention has just gone to the spectacular views that our drones are capturing of the Mumbai skyline. How stunning is the coastal road looking? Because it gives you absolutely open views to the Arabian Sea, and very soon these athletes will come to the most spectacular region of this course. It's going to be the Bandra Worli Sea Link, but for now this is the coastal road. You spoke about inclines. We've taken a look at the course map. According to you, which part of the course is going to be the most challenging?
I think Kemp's Corner, as usual, is very challenging, because when you come back, that's what really is the test. Yeah. Because you've done about, I think, 39
7 Ks ago or something like that.
Yeah.
Very tough.
Yeah, and you've done what, about 39 kilometer, 38 kilometer, something like
but
that.
the hill past Ashlock Hospital, you know, with a few kilometers to go, is a real
killer. Yeah.
So you're 14 kilometers down, but coming back to the fact that you're an athlete yourself. Now, we're looking at a lot of running hero stories. Stories where people have been able to transform their lives ever since they've taken to the sport of running. Individually, what has running changed for you?
I am what I am because of running. So if I did well in my education, it was because of my running. If I did well as an entrepreneur, it was because of my running. If I did well in business, it was because of running. Because with running, you strive for excellence in whatever you do. So even at my MBA school, I was called in after the first week by my dean and said, "What you're doing, you're burning everybody around you. Slow down." And I said, "No, but that's how I am. I'm competitive." So it teaches you so much. It teaches you integrity. It teaches you honesty. It teaches you to fight. When you're fallen down, you get up. Even in business, you have some bad years. You fight. You get up. So it actually just, your whole life is connected to the way you did sport.
Indeed, talking about sports, 14.4 kilometer done. But coming back, sir, to India's athletic status and what we are looking forward to when we talk about athletics. But Tim, if you could just break down what we're going through.
Absolutely, yes. You can see this elite men's field, the international elite men's field, a couple of pacemakers there still at the front. There's a big pack there tucked in behind them. There's still, what, about 10 men tucked in behind them. They're coming up towards 15K, so we'll be able to get a marker there. But they are moving really well. They've had to negotiate the two big challenges, I think, in terms of climbs so far. But now that looks like one of the... Is that Abate moving to the front? And I don't think he is a pacemaker, so that looks quite an aggressive move from him. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this. Just trying to see. Yes, that's Tadu Abate Deme. He's a 2:05 performer. Ran that in Tokyo a couple of years ago. It's his 20th marathon. He's very, very experienced. Last year, he finished 4 marathons, and his consistency was astonishing. So he's full of confidence. He's gone early, way before halfway. And you have to question a move like that. If it might have been accelerating because he was coming to a drink station there, and he wanted to make sure he got his drinks bottle. Because if you drop a drinks bottle, you can't go back and pick it up.
No,
it psychologically can affect you as much as physically.
Then you have to wait for the next station.
Long gap.
Long
gap.
Yep. They're right now crossing the Worli sea face, and they'll be joining, of course, on the ceiling. That is the Worli Bandra, the Bandra Worli ceiling. But the intensity that we can see, the expression that we see, the momentum that we see, the strength, the big leaps that they are taking. Well, the fact that they are 15 kilometers down, 46 minutes into the race, the body language starts to change here, Tim.
A little bit, but, you know, they're still well shy of halfway. These guys, I mean, Rono there is a pacemaker. Levi, the shorter gentleman to the right of picture, he's a pacemaker. They know they're going to drop out at 25K or wherever it may be. They'll go as far as they can past halfway. But when you know you've got to drop out and you haven't got to run the full marathon, of course you can feel good, you can feel bouncy. They're doing a great job at the moment, and that's a nice big pack behind them. I like that because, of course, the wheels will come off some of those guys. One or two of them will start dropping back around halfway. But the further we can go into the second half of the race with a sizable pack, the more chance there is of some quick times.
Well, coming back to our conversation, sir, you see, the Tata Mumbai Marathon, along with 3 other Indian races, holds the World Athletics Gold Label status. But very quickly, once again, at the International Elite Women, who's leading the pack there, Tim?
Just trying to see, I think it's the pre-race favourite who is up there, tucked in behind, yes, in the pink vest. That's Churi Demiseware, world record holder for the under-20 age group. She's a Manchester United fan, actually. She'll be happy with their result last night. But she's run some fantastic races. She's been 2nd in Dubai, 3rd in Chicago, 3rd in Tokyo, 5th in Berlin. Wonderfully consistent, even though she set that personal best back in 2015.
Right, it's just going to get intense from here on. But coming back to my conversation with you, we'll be getting you all the glimpses from the elite race here. But the fact that India is now home to 4 of the world's premier marathons, what example does this set as the world looks at India as an emerging global sporting powerhouse?
You know, you have to get international competitions if you really want to showcase. 2 things will happen. One, when there is a competition in India, Indian athletes train more. They want to show themselves to the home crowds. And if you look at any sport like the Olympic Games or whatever, the home team always does very well. So we must hold more competitions in India. We have 4. We're trying to do the same for track and field. We're trying to do the same in other sport, so that our athletes get an opportunity. They don't have to go out, compete in conditions which may not be suitable to us, food which may not be suitable to us. In your own conditions, you compete with the best, and that's what's going to keep raising the standard.
Talking about raising standards, here is another running hero who's been able to raise standards for himself. Well, he struggled with just 3 kilometers initially, but at age 48, he's taking on the streets and conquering it. Is Ninotpal Sahai.
स्टार्टिंग में ही वॉज एक्चुअली स्ट्रगलिंग, जाना पड़ता था क्योंकि डॉक्टर ने बोला था हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम्स के कारण. नाउ अभी आज मैं देखती हूँ आज के डेट में, तो ही इज सो डिसिप्लिन्ड एंड ही इज सो कंसिस्टेंट.
there was a sense of some happiness inside actually, which is what was intriguing to me initially. That despite being in pain, you were enjoying it, enjoying the process. So slowly and gradually it began, my speed began to increase, timings began to come down and all that. From 2 kilometers now I do 21 kilometers. I'm in the field of investments actually. So you have to think for the long term. Here also, when you're planning, you have to plan for the long term. Actually, I carry a lot of things from running into my investment actually, is that investment is again not a destination, it's a journey, and you have to plan. You don't have to run very fast short sprints, but you have to plan your full 10 or 21 or whatever kilometers you're doing. So like an investment.
He's 55 now. At the age of 48, he started, and difficult with 3 kilometers, but now, of course, taking on the sport of running like a true champion. Coming back to the elite international men, talking about champions, Tim.
Yes, and it's been a little bit tough. I'm hearing reports on the course that the hill that goes up past Ashlock Hospital and then drops down towards Haji Ali is not long before they get the new hill and that spiral we just saw on the new coastal road. So those two come as a sort of double whammy in the first half of the race. And I've been getting reports from the course that it's actually quite a tough thing having those two close together. And then, of course, now they're approaching the sea link, and there's a slight climb up onto the sea link as well. So the first half of the race looks to be a little bit tougher than it used to be. And that may take its toll through the second half.
That was my worry. And that's what I said right in the beginning. I'm a little concerned about that.
There they are. They're just past 17K, so we can get a split for that. They're 52.0. What about 53, 51, 55 for the elite men? And I'll extrapolate from that. You talk amongst yourselves. I'll extrapolate from that the splits that they're on. But I think they slipped back behind course record a little bit now.
Also, the sun's just about coming out, and they're on to ceiling, of course. But the sun's coming out. How do these difference in conditions change things for the runners?
You know, when the sun comes out, it sucks you. It really sucks everything out of you. You sweat more, you lose more fluids, you need to get in more fluids. The heat gets to you, and it's not easy once the sun gets out and the sun starts beating straight on you, because this part of the road, there is no shade, there are no trees, there is no shade at all. So you're going to have to brave the sun as it comes out.
Yeah, you very rightly mentioned there is going to be no shade, is because where we are right now, the elite athletes are approaching one of the most spectacular sections of this course, is the Bandra Worli Sea Link. Very soon you'll see a shot of that. Our drones will be capturing it. But it is a cable-stayed bridge stretching across the Mahim Bay, connecting the western suburbs to South Bombay. But more importantly for the runners, not a shade.
That's true.
No shade, but that doesn't look like they're running in bright sunshine at the moment. So it could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse. That's still a nice big men's pack. I'm really pleased to see that, as they've gone through, they're about 17.5 kilometres at the moment, and that's a big pack moving. Well, there's the sun in the distance between the high rises, and it will continue to climb, and the temperature will climb a little bit. Beautiful shots here from that drone behind the elite athletes. I'm also hearing, by the way, that in the women's elite race, the pre-race favourite, Shuri Demisewari, has dropped back a little bit. She's about 50 metres behind the pack now, so maybe she's having trouble already.
Right, but you know, even though we see longer strides now, you see a lot of confidence in the body. Somewhere the momentum will pick up. When exactly does patience give way to aggression?
Well, it's very tempting for anybody who's feeling good through halfway to kick on after that. You know, if you kick on in the third quarter, you've probably gone too early. There's very few marathons are won by somebody who runs away in the second half from early on, because in the latter stages, that's when things turn around, as you know all too well, Adile, that things, so much can happen in the last few kilometers.
True. And your legs start feeling like jelly.
And it hits you very quickly in a marathon too.
It hits you like that. So you're suddenly going and boom, it hits you.
I can remember I ran New York a couple of times, and about 20 miles, which is about 35 kilometers, I was feeling fine. Within a few hundred meters, my legs felt like they belonged to somebody else.
Correct.
I was fine from the waist up, but the legs were just, they'd gone away for lunch or something. It was horrible.
Just jelly. You just can't do it. And it just happens like that. So it's very difficult to say what can happen if you kick, and especially if you kick too early, you lost
But
a
we're
lot.
talking about world-class athletes here who know that feeling. They've been through it. Most of them have been through it many times, and they gauge the effort and try to gauge the effort correctly. You know, you have to manage yourself through the last third of the race, because if you don't, and if you get that wrong, then it can be really, really horrible the last 3 or 4 kilometers.
But sir, if I just had to ask you, the athletes that came and took on the field and represented India from your time to now, what is the major change and difference that you see?
Everything has changed. When I went to the Olympics in 1980, we didn't even have a synthetic track in India. We used to run on grass and mud and cinder.
Not a single one.
Not a single one. Wow. The first one only came in 82. And so we used to run on grass
That
here.
was Delhi.
Delhi.
Yeah.
So we used to run on grass and mud and cinder, and I had to go to the Olympic Games and run on synthetic. So that was the difference. We had to pay our own to go to the Olympics. Only the airfare was paid. Today I sit on a committee which sanctions literally every week crores of rupees to our athletes who are in the top scheme or in other schemes. And I think also India, you make the highest amount of money if you win a medal. I don't think the amount of money that India gives you, no other country gives you. So lots has changed. The athletes get literally everything that they want, whether it's in terms of infrastructure, in terms of coaches, in terms of mental trainers, physios, doctors, anything. Ask for it and you get it. So it's
And they need
completely
that to be put on a
changed.
footing with the rest
Of course
of the
they
world.
need it. Of course, because if you have to fight the best in the world, we have to prepare our athletes to be the best in the world. You have to give them everything.
And when you're preparing the best in the world, also what you need is that people who have a certain voice, who have a certain pedestal, who are privileged, need to come out and talk more about sports. And that's exactly what is happening today. You've got Amir Khan and his family who are participating in the dream run here at the Tata Mumbai Marathon. And let's find out what they've got to say about the marathon today.
But what I'm looking forward to most is being part of the energy of that day, because I've seen images of it and it looks amazing. The city kind of comes alive.
लेकिन अच्छा रहेगा, पूरा atmosphere soak in करेंगे. It'll be wonderful.
I've always sort of wanted to be part of that energy. It's infectious.
TMM has grown as a big community, and it has helped and pushed so many people to pursue running.
It'll be interesting to see if I manage to jog the whole. So I'm definitely not running, but my goal is that I will jog most of it. I will not walk, I will jog.
I'm quite excited to be part of such a large group of people who are going to run together for different causes.
I don't think I have fully understood how big TMM is. I think I'm going to get there on race day and be like, oh my God, there are so many people here.
We'll be capturing that emotion of Ida Khan for sure. But how special is it and how important is it? When you're in Bombay, you've got so many celebrities who come in on the pedestal and lend their voices. But it's special to see that. But sir, thank you so much for joining us in the studio as well.
Thank you.
And thank you for lending your voice as well.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Well, we'll take a short break here, but as we slip into the break, we've got the MD and CEO of IDFC First Bank, V. Vaidyanathan, sending out a special message for all the runners today.
Hi, it's a great pleasure for all of us at the IDFC First Bank to be associated with the Tata Mumbai Marathon. I also want to take this opportunity to wish all the runners a very happy new year. 2026, a special year is coming up, and really look forward to seeing you all at the run. It's going to be very, very special, and of course, all of Mumbai. Thank you, everybody.
आप तीनों के लिए कैटेगरी लाया हूं बॉलीवुड। जवाब पहचानिए, बजर दबाइए, स्टार्ट। संदीपा,
कहो ना प्यार है।
बिल्कुल सही गेस किया।
ये आपके लिए मेरा सवाल।
कहो ना प्यार है।
हाँ बताओ।
किसके लिए?
मेरे लिए ऑब्वियसली, अगर मैं पूछ रही हूँ।
तो मैं घर में क्या जवाब दूंगा?
Wheel of Fortune 27 जनवरी से सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
Point after point.
It's tough.
Rally after rally.
What a fight back.
Match after match.
Extraordinary.
With every setback.
Another seed falls.
And every comeback.
Amazing scenes.
A new greatness is born.
To beat the best, you have to beat the best. And that is what we and everyone have come to witness. It's their time.
Australian Open, where greatness begins.
Tomorrow, 5:30 a.m. Only on the Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Watch UEFA Europa League. Fenerbahce versus Aston Villa. Thursday, 22nd January, 11:15 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Gambro Cup, Sri Lanka versus England series. Starts Thursday, 22nd January, 2:30 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
There's plenty more to come your way. But we're joined by someone very, very special here in our studio. It's Michelle Taylor. She's the head of global sponsorship for TCS. Rather important because she's getting the money in. But more importantly, Michelle, you oversee 14 global marathons and also the world-class marathons. You've just witnessed what the Tata Mumbai Marathon after 2 decades has to offer. How do you compare it to the rest?
It's incredible. I mean, there really is no comparison. When you come here to Mumbai, there's an energy, there's a feeling, there's a flavor. This would we feel it's not just an event. It's a civil movement, right? An absolute movement and a showcase and masterclass of bringing together culture, sport, and purpose all together.
So why don't we show you a glimpse of what's going on the streets of Mumbai very quickly. Let's just show you what's up at the elite international men, women, as well as the Indian. But let's take a look with the international elite women, what we're looking at right now.
Well, actually, it's good news. 63 minutes on the clock and still a pretty big pack for this international elite women's group. There's a couple of male pacemakers doing a great job there leading them round. Although we heard that Demise Wari, the pre-race favourite perhaps, as she's the quickest on paper, has dropped back a little bit. This pack is still close together. And as I said earlier, I love it when we go into the third quarter of the race and you've got a good sizable pack. That suggests you're going to get great racing and fast times in the latter stages. But Michelle, you were saying that you've run marathons. Which marathons have you done? Does it have to be New York? You live in New York?
Certainly, that was one of my favorites. I've also done TCS London Marathon, had the chance to do the TCS Sydney Marathon as well. I've done the half here in Mumbai twice. So it's such a treat to experience these cities through this sport.
Yeah.
But Michelle, also, just since you're witnessing the Tata Mumbai Marathon, we're 2 decades into it. You know, we were talking about the fact that it's leaving behind a legacy. You've been coming to India. Tell us about how much the culture of running has changed in India in your eyes.
It's incredible scene, and everybody's just meeting up, stretching, having connection really. Running is bringing people together in ways like we've never seen before.
Everything's progressed in this Schnorr women. They are moving along at a reasonable tempo here, and it's a slow burn, isn't it? You have to be patient with these sort of things, and TCS have been behind these big marathons around the world, now behind this one for several years, and in the same way, the international athletes are well established, but these Indian women are taking a while to get up to world class. We were talking earlier with Adili Samaraniwala. It's a numbers game. You want to get more and more women racing, and so the talent can rise.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that marathons have become a platform for social change. How do you see that impacting globally and impacting the society globally?
Marathons are an engine for social and economic impact. And we did a study last year with Brand Finance to look at how much the top 50 marathons around the world drive economic impact and charitable impact. And the Tata Mumbai Marathon is one of those 50 major races, and it is billions of dollars of economic impact coming in through marathons. And from a charitable standpoint, it was something like $780,000 of charitable money coming in through the 14 races that TCS sponsors. So it is making a difference. I always say running is good on top of good on top of good, right? It is good for the runners because we're getting healthier, fitter, clearer minds. It's good for the communities because of economic impact, and it's good for the charities. So everybody wins with the marathon.
Everybody wins also because it is a sheer reflection of self-discipline, more importantly, mental toughness. And throughout our broadcast this morning, we've been showing running heroes. This one is very special because talking about mental toughness, Samir Lathe for sure will lead the way. Take a look.
समीर पहले से ही बहुत ब्राइट स्टूडेंट था स्कूल में, 4th या 5th में था तब उसको चश्मा लगा, नंबर ज़्यादा था, हम लोगों को पता ही नहीं चला इतने दिन तक। स्कूल के टीचर ने पहले बताया कि इसको देखने में तकलीफ होती है, आप ना आंखें चेक करो। डॉक्टर ने भी कहा था जैसे जैसे इसकी हाइट बढ़ेगी वैसे वैसे उसका नंबर भी बढ़ते जाएगा। सबको तो बहुत शौक था, ये लड़का चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है और बिना देखे कैसे काम करेगा।
I am a chartered accountant by education with 25 years of work experience. I was born blind in the left eye and had short-sightedness since childhood, with a very thick specs number which rose to around 12. When the whistle blows at the start of the run and the crowd start to cheer you throughout the route, I have met quite a few other participants also at the marathon who have become good friends. Plus the energy there is infectious. It's awesome. Right from the first year, the energy, the enthusiasm, that has been what is pulling me back every year.
Now, how special is this story? Michelle, we were talking about, the mental toughness and how it's impacted societal change. This particular example in itself sits right in the brink of it, doesn't it? The man cannot see. And guess what? The beauty is that we are watching him.
Absolutely. I mean, how inspiring. And I think this is exactly why we love this sport, exactly why we do what we do, because it shows people that they're capable of things beyond what maybe they thought was possible. And we see this day in and day out around the marathons where people are inspired to take their first steps towards a healthier lifestyle, inspired to do things. And this story, it really just touches everybody.
It's also incredibly humbling too. We think we've got problems when we get a parking ticket or a tax bill arrives or something, and you see what this guy's overcoming. It's fantastic, and it's a very sobering thing too. And it's good to get a kick sometimes to make you realise how lucky you are. Thinking of the positives.
Right.
But here's a question, a business question.
Yeah.
Right? When you see this kind of societal impact, when you see the kind of initiatives that come in and that this sport touches, which is way beyond your imagination in many ways, because you're talking about environmental change, you're talking about sustainability, you're talking about, champions with disability. How does someone who's a leader in global sponsorship and a corporate like TCS now approach sponsorships? What are the brands that you're looking at? What are the other conglomerates that you're looking at who can be a part of running?
Right. There's a place for everybody. This sport has so much to offer, and there really is a place for everybody. And marathon is just such a beautiful analogy for life, for business, for how we all operate. And like you said, the discipline it takes, the commitment, the agility, right? Being flexible and being able to modify as you go. This has sort of become a mantra for us, a way of being and operating, and it's how we show up for our clients day in and day out at TCS. It's how we show up for our community, and as we say, this is something that we're with you for the long run on this.
But if there was one thing that you'd like to change, what would it be? So that it has a far better impact.
Change. Certainly, we've seen this sport change in terms of becoming more and more accessible, and the app, which is the digital backbone for the race, does that in terms of offering the virtual component, as well as, you could be running down Marine Drive today in person or participating somewhere halfway around the world. You can still feel part of the Mumbai magic. So we're hoping that, through technology, we're able to make this a more inclusive race. It's already, honestly, such an inclusive one, but greeting the world and showing the world what Mumbai has to offer.
I think we're starting because we've got more than 4,000 people participating virtually. So that's a good start. But Tim, what are we looking at?
We're just looking at the international elite women. They're in the white vest, you can see, just between these male pacemakers. That's Kidsan Alema Gebramedin of Ethiopia, the 30-year-old who's run 2:22, and she's in her 10th marathon here. And just looking at her CV, she is tiny. She's 1.57 meters. That's exactly 5 foot tall. She weighs 42 kilograms. That's 92 pounds. She's a tiny character, so a great power to weight ratio, and looking very comfortable, tucked in there behind the male pacemakers. She's run a 67-minute half marathon, way deeply embedded in world class. She's run a 7th Paris Marathon 2:25. She's got a wonderful range too through half marathon and marathon, and consistency. And this is beginning to wear down now to the top half dozen or so in this women's race. And the good thing for the women in these international races is that the male pacemakers can stay with them most of the way. I always feel as though they should pull out in the latter stages, so it becomes a race just between the women themselves. But at the moment, 1 hour 11 on the clock, they're hoping to get to halfway in 72 minutes. And we will soon see a halfway time for these women. I don't think they're far outside course record schedule. Remember that women's course record here in Mumbai, 2:24.15. So halfway, hopefully, will be in the next 30 seconds or so.
Tim, you broke down the 2:07 mark, which is the course record here, and you said that's about 3 minutes or 1 second so per kilometer. Just put it into perspective how fast that is.
Well, it's a lot quicker than Mumbai traffic on a day-to-day basis, I can tell you that. Or New York, or London for that matter. But no, it's super quick. And I love shots when you get these camera shots when you see the athletes from the side, and you get a much better appreciation of how fast they're going when you can see things in the background disappearing behind them. They are flying along, these women. They're not moving at 3:01 pace. These women are moving at around 3:24 per kilometre. Still super quick.
But Michelle, you've participated in marathons yourself. How did you time it? How did you break it down?
Look, anytime you get to participate in a marathon, no matter what the pace, it's a good thing, right? So it's up front or in the back. Either way, you're doing something good for yourself. So I'm just happy to be there. I love to be competitive when the time is right, but every time you get to experience a city in this forum, it's a joy.
It is a joy and it is a dream, because there are a lot of people out there, a lot of participants that you see now on your screen who will resonate with your emotion. This is the start of the Dream Run. Now, Dream Run will see a sea of humanity. You will see a lot of participants who are here for the sheer joy to relish this January morning in 2026. And reminding you, Amir Khan and family will be participating here in the Dream Run. We also have the CM's, the Honorable Chief Minister's wife here, Amrita Fadnavis, who's joining us this morning on that platform. Of course, here to cheer all the participants at the Tata Mumbai Marathon, the 21st edition, and the ethos of Har Dil Mumbai, which means every heart beats for this city. And Dream Run here will carry that ethos to the T. Now, how important, of course, you've got the professional athletes. Our spotlight, our cameras are following them. But how important is this kind of energy, more importantly, the feeling of coming together as a community that running is promoting? We also have Sri Ravi Shankar, of course, on the dais, and His Holiness Sri Ravi Shankar. We've got Dino Moria that we see, and we've got the ambassadors, our dignitaries who are here to support all the runners here. We've got more than 65,424 participants here at the Tata Mumbai Marathon, a total of 70,065 cadets joining us virtually. And this is where the Dream Run kicks off. Michelle, your thoughts?
Well, it's just incredible, and just a show of support that the city has for this event is really unmatched. This is, for many, where it all starts, right? This is sometimes the first place they're introduced to running, to walking, to movement, and for this to really become perhaps the foundation of them moving up to the 10K, then perhaps the half marathon and the marathon in the future. But this is really the heart and soul of the race for sure.
And you will see a lot of people running for initiatives. They'll be running for their loved ones. They'll be carrying a lot of emotion that gets unleashed here. In fact, we have a running hero story that we get your way where she used her anger and she sort of found an outlet through running. What is an emotion that running catered for you?
For me, running is equivalent to mental health. It clears my mind. It sets me up for success every day. And it's a gift that I give myself, right, to go out and run.
I have to ask, are you a morning runner, Michelle?
I am. I mean, I will run at any time I get the opportunity, but I always start the day.
Are we talking Central Park?
When I can, Central Park. Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to beat, although...
You see, you're not old enough. When you get to my age, you don't like running in the mornings. Your legs get too stiff and sore, and I love running in the evenings at the end of the day.
I think age has got nothing to do with it. I don't like running in the morning as well. But coming back to the Dream Run, the Dream Run, you've got 27,453 participants. And let me say that again, 27,453 people about to take on 6 kilometers. They've taken onto the streets of Mumbai. It's only 6 kilometers, but just how Michelle pointed out, it starts with the Dream Run, and then you challenge yourself further. And you go about to 10K, then you take on the half marathon, and well, then you start preparing for full marathons and you want to be an ultra marathoner.
You know what's great too is, I mean, you know, nearly 28,000 in this Dream Run, 27,500 you say, and it's been proven that when there's a runner in the family, it changes the attitudes and the lifestyle and the diet and the general behaviour, the health of the whole family. So that the extrapolation is multiplied umpteen times.
Yep, there's some action here in the men's race as well. Take us through it, Tim.
There is indeed, yes. How long have they been running now? They've been out there for an hour and 17 minutes. So still a long way to go. Still probably about 50 minutes of running to come. But the good news is that they are still on about 2:07 tempo. The men are on something very, very close to a course record tempo. The women too, they got a halfway in 72:22, so they are on 2:24 tempo. And remember, that women's course record is 2:24. So both races at the moment, despite the hills they've negotiated in the first half, are running very, very quick indeed. And this looks like a real surge here going on in the men's race to the right of picture there. While the Dream Runners could care less, they're just enjoying their start on the blue carpet there here near VT. The elite men are powering along, and I like that shot of the elite men. You really get a good idea of just how quick they are shifting. Look at the way that stuff behind them is moving away out of shot.
It's aggression versus passion. That's what I see in that split screen. You've got aggression in the international elite men. You see passion in the Dream Run. And if you take a look at that, it's just an ocean of humanity that's taken onto the streets. When you talk about the Dream Run, 27,453 runners, 27,453 voices and dreams and hearts here to celebrate. And just families, friends, colleagues, strangers united by movement. This is Mumbai at its finest, because Mumbai encompasses both. It is a city of aggression. It is a city of passion. How has Mumbai served you, Michelle?
There is this pulse, this energy, this soul that you feel here, and I saw it at the half. I was at the start of the half this morning, and there was like a movement, dancing happening as people were crossing the start line. People were dancing in joy, feeling the vibes of the city for sure.
Now, talking about the vibe, since the Dream Run has started, we've got a very special reporter on the streets who's catching all the vibe. Vinavsha, tell me who you've got and what have you got for us?
Ladies and gentlemen, Tata Mumbai Marathon 2026, the Dream Run has begun, And with me is Vaibhav. Vaibhav, hello, how are you doing today?
All good, ma'am. I'm really loving this Tata Mumbai Marathon 2026. It's
amazing. Are you very excited?
Oh, I'm really very excited. I'm loving it. It's my 6th marathon, and now this year I'm with my friends Sudhanshu, Rajesh Gaude, and Arzu. I'm really loving it. The energy is too good for Mumbai, and I really love my Tiranga. I really love my country, and everyone should love our Tiranga. Everyone should love our country, and everyone should run.
Amazing. Let's go, India. All right, Vaibhav, tell me something. If you've ran the marathon so many times, do you have any special lucky practice, lucky pair of shoes, any special song, anything you consider lucky for your race?
No, not yet, but I would like to really tell that my Tiranga is really lucky. I'm participating with Tiranga every year. And I should tell everyone, you should love Tiranga, you should love country, and you should participate in TMM every year. Thank you so much, TMM, for this platform. And
we love this patriot. How long did it take for you to set up this whole costume?
Like half an hour to 1 hour. I'll just set up everything in the morning and I come.
Okay, Vaibhav, the man has worked hard. Thank you so much, Vaibhav. Enjoy your race.
Thank you so much, Benafsha. I mean, that is true dedication. 1.5 hours to set up the costume, then showing up for the race. And of course, a true patriot out there. He's sending out a message that everybody should run. Some serious dedication out there from those runners. What you're seeing is, of course, the spectacular views. You've got the dream runners who've taken onto the streets of Mumbai. And this is Mumbai's gift to the running world. It's unconditional enthusiasm. It's unconditional support, Tim.
Absolutely is. I know. And I think that's what's special about today. It's not just a marathon and a half marathon, say. It's a festival of running. It's a festival of celebration of life. And, you know, you look at the portfolio of races here, you know, everybody is catered for, whether it's the senior citizens run, the champions with disability, the open 10K, the open marathon, half marathon, the dream run, 5.9K. You know, joggers who just started picking up jogging a little bit can take on the dream run and be part of a movement, a river of humanity. Nearly 27,500 people in that dream run. It is fantastic, and it will only grow. And I think Anil and Vivek Singh are making a very nice problem for themselves because they will get more and more applications.
Yeah, it only grows bigger, but that's a good problem to have. But another thing, let me remind you, it is a never-ending sea of humanity that we see here at the CST station for sure. But importantly, you've got Amir Khan and family right in the mix of things. So that is the beauty. When we talk about breaking barriers, there are no barriers. There is no celebrity. It's such a level playing field. Michelle.
Yeah, it's incredible, and I can't imagine a better way to start the year, right? This race starts off in January and kicks off our running year, and this is just such a celebration of life, as you said.
Absolutely so. Absolutely so.
Celebration of life. Also the celebration of the spirit of Mumbai. Because Mumbai as a city has gone through a lot. It's you name the thing, and the city has withstood, you know, that kind of resilience, the kind of grit. Everything that the sport of running stands for, the city stands for the same kind of spirit. So it's a perfect blend between the sport and the city.
Resilience.
And I guess what you could say too about India is it's a tough nut to crack because cricket is so dominant here. You know, it's not like the USA where you've got 4 or 5 major sports and running is just one of those major sports now and it's woven through society. Here in India, I think for any sport to sort of crack into the territory of cricket was very, very tough. But it's been done now. And you know, this race, for example, where running started and it's ground zero for running in India, has punched through that sort of barrier of the cricket.
But you know what, guys? I need to get a pulse of what the energy is like there. We've got Benafsha there. Benafsha, what have you got for us?
Okay, we have the amazing CPAA team with us. All right. They're very, very excited. Guys, you all look amazing. Are you excited for the race? Yes! Okay, amazing. Okay, tell me something. You brought the whole squad today. We want to know how loud you guys are going to be from 1 to 10 in the dream race. Show me how loud you can be. Okay, amazing. Amazing. Okay, if you had to describe your group's energy and vibe with one Bollywood song, what would that be? If you had to describe your group's energy with one Bollywood song, what song would that be?
Love you, Zindagi.
Love You Zindagi is the perfect mix. Manavsha, thank you so much for that, and please keep getting us stories. But, you know, just talking about colors and costumes and all of that India encompasses. We had a certain lady out there wearing the total Maharashtrian costume. That's a Nabari sari that she's wearing. It's longer than the 9 yards, along with the nut. She's decked up this morning for this race. It's beautiful to see. But more importantly, Michelle, you know, these runners that we're looking at, they were probably runners who've just taken on to the sport now. Some of them couldn't even run 1 kilometer a few months ago. Today they're running 6 kilometers. How do you build that momentum?
It's incredible, but it starts with events like this. It starts with what Procam is doing in the city in terms of just putting out these events, giving people something to aspire to show up for, to connect through. And Procam's done this incredible job just leveling up every year. And, you know, we can all watch this, whether we're watching the broadcast here or on the streets of Mumbai cheering, and be inspired by the folks that we're seeing.
Right, and we also see, of course, to add to that inspiration, the dignitaries who've joined us. This is a platform that's created right in front of the CST station. And welcome back to the studio. We have Michelle right here with us. But Michelle, if you had to just sort of summarize the morning that you've had, if you could put it into words, what would it be?
Magical, joyous. It's almost as if the runners are dancing across the race course. That's the vibe I'm feeling.
Well, there's plenty more to go, so I'll let you go and enjoy the vibe. So thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks
a lot. But as you leave, we want to show you another running hero, a true inspiration. This man is Namrat Shetty. He runs a business in Mumbai. As if that was not hard enough, he now runs a marathon. Take a look. Well, Namrat Shetty, an MEP contractor, running a business in Mumbai, one of the most demanding cities, of course, in India, managing projects, clients, deadlines, a family man with responsibilities at home. But guess what? An ultra-marathoner chasing the world marathon majors. His message, everything can be managed. Just become flexible. That's not just running advice, it's life advice. So many people say, I don't have the time to run. Namrat is proof that it's not about having the time, it's about making time. Early mornings, runs before work, training plans adjusted around business trips, long runs scheduled around family commitments. It's not easy, but nothing worthwhile ever is. And his goal is completing all 7 world marathon majors, be it Tokyo, Boston, London, Berlin, Chicago, New York, and the list is on. And here are our elite men. These men are the inspiration for someone like Namrat Shetty. Take us through the visuals.
Well, here we are, and it's whittled down, hasn't it? Abate there in the green. Tadu Abate Deme, the 28-year-old Ethiopian, looks in control. Big, powerful lad, lovely long stride and those orange shorts. And I think there as well is Leonard Langat. Yeah, Langat there to the left there in purple. The Kenyan has best of 2:06. Abate has a best of 2:05. On paper, about a minute quicker, but he's chosen just slot in behind the other two. And I think the other athlete there is Kazete. Yes, it is. Kazete of Ethiopia. So we have 2 Ethiopians and a Kenyan. And these 3 battling it out. What's the time? Nearly 1 hour, 29 minutes on the clock. They've got about 30 minutes, probably just under 30 minutes of running to come. The halfway time, we don't have an exact halfway split, but we think it was around 64.5 minutes. So they might run negative splits here, which means the second half will be quicker than the first half. And Langat here is running very aggressively indeed. Now, he's 29 years old. His personal best was 4 years ago in Vienna. But he's a former half marathon specialist. He's got really good speed in his legs in that purple vest. He's done over 40 half marathons. Indeed, he's running the Delhi Half Marathon a couple of times. Finished 7th in Delhi and 2nd in Delhi. And he's familiar with sub 60 minutes for a half marathon. Super world-class half marathon racing. It may be that today is his day in Mumbai over the full marathon distance, because that's aggressive pushing from him. He could sit in with those other two, but he's trying to lead them and break them.
Right, they're in Burley right now. They'll be back on the coastal road very soon. But at this point, you know, you're halfway down through the race here. It's getting intense. You've got Langat leading the pack. But Tim, what is the conversation they're having with themselves at this point?
Well, they're probably looking at each other, trying to check out each other, the body language, what they can read from the others. The thing is, they've still got a long way to go. They've got about 25, 30 minutes of running to come, so you don't want to give away too much. It's very, very hard to tell. If you're struggling, you don't want the others to sense that. You don't want them to be able to see it, so you try to look good. But all three of them at the moment are looking pretty good. But one of them is probably thinking, I've got this. I've got this. When with 25 minutes to go, you're almost psychologically in the home straight. Not literally on the ground, of course, but psychologically you're thinking, I've got this, if you're feeling good.
Right, let's take a look at the course now. Let's take a look at the courses, show exactly where they are. We're a little above 28 kilometers. We are 1 hour 30 minutes and more into the race, and here they are, and this is what remains.
So they're just halfway up the big hill, going past Jaslock Hospital, and then that long running along the coastal road and Marine Drive before they take a left onto Veer-Nariman Road and up to the finish line. That final kilometre and a half or so when they turn away from the coast could be critical, but look at this.
And as they chase now, of course, towards the glory, they're getting back to the coastal road. And as you were speaking about the coastal road, the gradients here are tough because there's a bit of a climb. There are a few sharp turns, but these pro athletes have studied the course rather well, the international elite men. But if you just had to put into words, what were you expecting from the race, and how has it turned out for the international elite men so far, Tim?
Well, it's whittled down from a pack of about 10 to these three pretty quickly. So it seems as though when they got to about 3/4 distance, that's when quite a few guys had to let go. And, you know, there comes a point in a distance race where you're hanging on to the leaders. And if you're really feeling the pressure, you will stubbornly hang on, because that's what a distance runner's nature is. It is to be stubborn and tough. But there has to be a point where you make a decision to let go. Otherwise, you'll implode and not even finish the race. So it looks as though around 3/4 distance, most of the pack broke away. There's a fabulous shot there, an awful lot of tarmac in shot, but good quality running surface. And of course now they can enjoy, I think, a downhill sweep on the coastal road. Although the green vest of Tata Mumbai, the Ethiopian, who is the fastest of these three on paper, has taken the lead, and he seems to be pushing on. I think he's trying to break the other two early here.
Right, it's down to 3 that we see, and spectacular views of the coastal road, the newest addition to Mumbai's infrastructure that definitely has bolstered Mumbai's infrastructure. Now, as we see, there's a bit of a treat there. There's a down slow, but it gets challenging as we go ahead. There's a bit of a hill to climb as they come on to the Marine Drive yet again. But we've just given you a course map as to where they are and where they will be. Just talking about, yes.
I was just going to say, that split that came up on the screen, 30K, 1:31.29, that shows they're on schedule for about 30 seconds slower than the course record. I mean, it's fabulously quick. If they can really hack through these last few kilometers, then there's a chance here we could have a course record, a sub 2:08 time, which is special here in Mumbai. And what I like is that while they're sticking together, this pack, this trio, you could throw a blanket over that trio. There is aggressive running going on here, and I think Tata Mumbai, the Ethiopian in the lead in the green vest, he's the one trying to break the other two. And that's what could mean an acceleration in these last few kilometers and a really quick time.
Right, the top 3 there, are you a little surprised by a certain name missing there?
Only to a certain degree. I mean, Bazizu Asmari Belai is the 2:04 performer, incredibly consistent. He's not there. Victor Kiplangat, the Commonwealth champion, he's not there. So they have broken some big names. But, you know, marathon running is a tough old game. This was a very, very strong field in depth. It was so strong, the men's field, the top 6 or 8 guys. It was almost impossible to pick out a favourite. So it was a bit of a lottery. But these are the 3 who have come out on top so far. We're a long way from the finish, don't forget. 1:34 on the clock. We've still got over 30 minutes of running to come. But Gazette here. Well done, Mariam. He is an astonishing athlete. This gentleman in white leading is 40 years old. He didn't start running serious marathons until he was 30. Quite astonishing. I asked him why at the press conference, why he didn't get running until 30. He said, I had so many different jobs. He said, I was in the military for a long time and it just delayed my getting into running. He'd taken the opportunity.
Right, we see the 3 who are gunning for glory out there. But before that, let me just quickly give you a glimpse of the hotel where they were staying in, and also something that is up for grabs for all our participants in Scan and Win. This is the Trident Mumbai. What it has to offer is spectacular views of the Nariman Point and the Marine Drive, because behind every world-class athletic performance is world-class hospitality. The Trident Marine Drive, proud hospitality partner of the Tata Mumbai Marathon. And when an elite athlete arrives in Mumbai from Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, you name it, from across the globe, the Trident becomes their home away from home. Pre-race preparation, rest and recovery, nutrition tailored to athletes' specific needs. What's going on here, Tim?
Well, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because Deme in the green and the orange was leading, but on the near side, that's Leonard Langat of Kenya, up against the 2 Ethiopians, who is choosing to stay over on this side and run a slightly longer line on this long curb. In between them, the small figure of the 40-year-old Welde Mariam. But Langat on the left there in the purple, remember, he is the man who I said is a half marathon specialist. He's got a fabulous time for 10 miles. He's run 45 minutes, 4 minutes 30 per mile for 10 miles. It's super quick running, even though he's got modest track times. He's been a very good cross-country runner in the past as well. And he's familiar with racing in India. He's done Delhi a couple of times, so he feels quite comfortable with this. I wonder if they're feeling the heat now, if it is climbing a little bit, the temperature, with 1 hour 36 on the clock. So what is it, local time? It's 8:36 a.m. And yet again, that green vest of Abate Deme just eases to the front, and he looks comfortable, doesn't he? I like that arm carriage. I like that poise.
Right, Langat. Oh, well, we all eyes on that. Half a marathon specialist. Well, with that, let me take you to another dignitary. Very special one. We've got Sri Ravi Shankar joining us in the studio first interview of the IDFC First Bank. Let's take a look.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
Gracing us with his presence is His Holiness Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankar. The Tata Mumbai Marathon has become a movement that unites everyone across the city. With over 68,000 runners participating this year, what would your message be to everyone who's running and cheering for them?
It's great. It not only keeps one healthy, it also brings the values in the society. It's so heartwarming to see so many NGOs, 309 NGOs participating. And thanks to Vivek, he has been on it, I know, from so many years. This is the 21st year, right? That's so great. It keeps the social health of a society, not just the personal health of a person. Very much needed. Let every city in this country follow this.
For sure. We've also raised 53 crore as charity, which reflects the spirit of Seva in action. What do you think about this, and how do we grow this culture of running for a cause?
That shows that humanity is still very much alive in our country.
It is.
Let me congratulate all those who are participating in it, and let more and more people participate. Next time it should be 1 crore people running.
I'm sure everyone's listening to you, and everyone will oblige. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you here.
Sri Ravi Shankar, of course, with that very special message. But look at that, it's the Indian elite men. It's Karthik in the lead. He's a first-time elite runner, and the man takes on the field and he's charging through. He's eyeing the Asian Games as well. What do you make of that race? He's taken a break.
Well, he's an orthopedic surgeon. I mean, this is incredible. Look at the way he's moving. So strong. I said earlier on I thought he was moving really well. He's what, 28 years old. Best of 2 hours 20. I haven't got a split for him recently, so I can't tell you what sort of time he's heading for, but he is moving really well, very freely. I like the relaxed style he's showing, and he's broken away here, and he has to be feeling confident. There's a real nice relaxed fluidity to the way he's moving.
But tell me one thing here, Tim. You've got Karthik here. It's 1 hour 39 minutes. We're about 30 kilometers into the race. Final few kilometers remain, about a little less than 30 minutes into the race. How much is he on track in breaking the Indian record here?
Well, the last indication I got was about half an hour ago that the lead pack of Indian men was on 2:17 tempo. Now, he's accelerated to move weight, so I suspect he's moving at around 2:15, 2:16 tempo. And if he can carry on with this form through the last few kilometres, these next, what, for him, about 35 minutes, he may well get down there towards 2:15. I think it's fairly sure he's heading for a massive personal best. It's a brilliant run.
Indeed, and that is unwavering athletic spirit. Kudos to Karthik. We're talking about unwavering athletic spirit. We've got another running hero coming your way. The man who lives a modest life in Kandivali. It is Deepak Aryali, rich in passion for running. Take a look. He's a 21K runner. He's based in Kandivali here. He's a marketing manager at the renewable energy company. We're talking about the unwavering spirit. He embodies it. Lifelong sports enthusiast who's balanced a modest life with his wife and a fierce passion for long distance running. He's a dedicated athlete who makes it a priority to participate in nearly every Tata Mumbai Marathon. He turned his childhood love for sports into a consistent pursuit of endurance, and his philosophy of life is sports and running are a way of life. It's not just a hobby. And what I love about Deepak's story is his consistency. He just doesn't run. It's TMM where he feels like when he makes it a priority. He makes it and treats it like another career, and he's rather professional about it. And that's, of course, you've got his accolades here for all the times he's participated at the Tata Mumbai Marathon. And take a look at that. Views of Mumbai is what we promised you. And you see Haji Ali right there, the floating mosque, along with the international elite men gunning for glory.
Isn't that a glorious shot to the peace and the solitude of Haji Ali compared with the powerful action of the three runners locked together? And real battle going on here, a psychological battle, I think, as much as physical, because they've each taken turns at the front. I'll tell you who I'm a little bit intrigued by is Weldemariam, Gazette Weldemariam, in the white vest there, the smallest of the three. He hasn't taken the lead yet. The green vest of Abate has. He takes the lead again now. The purple vest has for Gazette, but for Langat, rather. But the white vest there of Gazette Weldemariam, 40 years old. Speaks really good English too, by the way, which is unusual for an Eritrean. He is not Ethiopian. He's a neighbor of Ethiopia. He's Eritrea to the north of Ethiopia. And he's looking really strong. I think he's looking confident.
But are you a little surprised that you've got a world marathon champion participating, Victor Kiplangat, and he's not in the mix of things?
Yes and no. I mean, Victor Kiplangat was world champion 3 years ago in Budapest in very, very hot conditions. There was a big hill on that course. I thought today would suit him. He was Commonwealth champion the previous year in Birmingham. But he's had a couple of tough years since then. He's had his own share of injury problems. So, no, it doesn't surprise me too much. But this is a big move from Leonard Langat.
It's getting heated here. But once again, let me remind you, we've got 5 lucky winners that we'll pick right after the elite race finishes. And how are we going to do that? You got to participate on this. This is Scan and Win. These are quiz questions. You scan that QR code. You join our chat box. And these are our questions. The question is, the Tata Mumbai Marathon is held during which month of the year? If you're watching, you know it's September, October, December, or January. The second question that we've got for you, what is the ethos of the Tata Mumbai Marathon? Well, we've been talking about it since the beginning of our broadcast. It's Har Dil Mumbai. Is it Har Mumbai Dil? Is it Har Ghar Mumbai? Or is it Har Mumbai? And the third question that we have for you is, which edition of the Tata Mumbai Marathon is this? The 20th, the 21st, the 22nd, or the 23rd? Let me tell you, we are 2 decades into it. There's a legacy that Tata Mumbai Marathon has created, but there's more to come. We'll take a short break here. You stay tuned. It's getting heated.
There's a heartbeat that echoes through the city. Millions of hearts beating as one. This heartbeat changed millions of lives and turned them into a revolution of courage, of hope, of belief. Whether you run to push your limits or come together to change your life, every step you take is a story waiting to be told. And when the gun fires, it sets motion to new beginnings, dreams being fulfilled. From the start line at CSMT to the corners of the country, a new dawn arrives and every heart beats Mumbai.
I've been associated with the Tata Mumbai Marathon for many, many years. And what can I say? The Tata Mumbai Marathon has been one of the greatest platforms for NGOs like us. We see hundreds of NGOs coming together on that particular day. This is one of the most amazing gathering of the people of Mumbai. Tata Mumbai Marathon gives them that platform to really come out in all their splendor and show the world who they are and what they're doing. Today, more than 500 plus crores has been raised over these years for these causes. That it's been wonderful, and we look forward to participating at the Tata Mumbai Marathon every year. It has become an annual fundraiser for us and a platform to showcase what we do. I'd like to thank Tata Mumbai Marathon for giving us that platform.
Welcome back to the Tata Mumbai Marathon. We've got to hear glimpses of the elite international men. And there's a very important information that Tim was giving me just before we came out of the break, talking about the course record. How far are they from that track?
Well, I reckon these elite men, this little trio, are on schedule for something around 2:08:30, and the course record, remember, is 2:07:32. So they, at the moment, they're on schedule to miss the course record, the event record, by about a minute. But here you can see them leaning into the big hill, passing Ashlock Hospital. This is the toughest part of the course. They went up this hill and down the other side on the way out, going north, but now they're coming back, and of course it's, an hour later, and they're running on tired legs. And this is such a vicious kick in the tail of this Mumbai Marathon course when there's a massive hill in the latter stages like this. But it is interesting to see that it's still Tadu Abatedeme of Ethiopia who is doing the aggressive running here in the green vest. He's done the most work. He's done the most, made the most effort to try and break the other two. He hasn't had any reward yet, but distance running is about patience. You have to keep pushing. It's almost like punching away at somebody and waiting for a result.
Well, we see there's plenty of action here at the international elite men. You have a bit in, of course, the lead, but it will be moments away when the rest of the two also about to surge. But on the other side, there's some action here in the international elite women as well. Take me through it.
Yes, and just looking at Enyu and Yeshi and Kidsan. Well, Kidsan Gebremedin The 30-year-old is a 2:22 performer. She's at the back of this trio. She's the one who I said earlier is so tiny. She's 92 pounds, exactly 5 foot tall, 1.57 meters. Yeshi there, that's Yeshi Kalayo-Chekole. She is one of the pre-race favourites. She's a 2:21 performer. Indeed, she's the second fastest in the race. And Bernard there still doing a great job as a pacemaker for the rest of them. Bernard Cheptok of Uganda, the 33-year-old. He's been there all the way through, as has Gebreyesus, who's doing a fabulous job as well. Dawit Belaju Gebreyesus, pacemaker for this women's pack as well. Yeshi, well, just looking at her form, she is certainly looking comfortable to me, but it's always a bit deceptive with the women because they generally, in these mixed races, that's a mix of men and women, as opposed to a women-only race, are tucked in behind a pacemaker, so nobody's having to do the work to lead, which quite often gives you a clue as to the form. Having said that, Kidsan on the near side just looks like she's easing into the lead here, maybe moving past Yeshi. Yes, she is. So this is a totally Ethiopian dust-up. We knew that would be the case. The whole women's elite international field are Ethiopian. But they're running for big money here. Let's not forget, first place, $50,000. Second place, $25,000. If you lose by a metre, that's an expensive metre.
Yes, you've just seen Kidsan take the lead. You've got Yeshi behind her. You spoke about her body language, Tim. You said she looks comfortable. I thought she's struggling a little bit. You can see that it is getting tough for her. But talking about pacemakers, you spoke a very important point with pacemakers here in the women's race. You always have them all the way. How much do the pacemakers need to practice when they take on a race like this?
Well, the pacemakers obviously have to be very fit. They have to train like any other distance running, world-class distance running athlete. But it's about pace judgment. That's the most important factor you need from a pacemaker for obvious reasons. Here's that Indian women's pack, 4 of them together, working hard, 1 hour 50 on the clock. They've got probably around an hour of running to come yet, so they've got plenty of racing to come. I am a little concerned that there's 4 of them so close together because it implies that 1 or 2 of them might be holding back and just enjoying a comfortable ride here. Although, as I say that, that's Nirma Ben-Thakur in the white vest who's pushing to the fore, and this may be a surge from her. This looks pretty aggressive. I think just then, Redeemer, she had a glance over her shoulder and another one to see what sort of damage this is doing to the 3 behind her. So the 28-year-old, she is the defending champion, don't forget. She ran 2 hours 50 last year.
But also, Tim, gunning for a hat-trick. So I'm very pleased to see Nirma Ben-Thakur take the lead there. And let me tell you, she's won it in 2024. She's done it again in 2025. And she's gunning for a hat-trick here in 2026, wanting to join another woman, the only woman to have done it from India. It's Lalita Babar. Can she do it? That's the question. Coming back to the international elite men, they are here at the Pedder Road. This is where it gets tough and challenging.
Well, it was tough on the upslope, but now I think they're on the downslope, so it flattens out. I mean, it's a deceptive hill on the bit they're on. There are 2 parts to it, and it flattens out in the middle. I think they're on the flat section now, and then it'll drop down again towards the beach and the Marine Drive and the coastal road. But again, that tall figure, and he does move nicely. Abate in the green and orange, and he's dragging the 40-year-old Eritrean Mahawi Kizete. Well, de Mariam, to give him his full name, he's dragging him with him. But very, very hard to pick out a favourite from these 3. I suppose all you can go on is what you can see, and that is Abate has been the most aggressive, the man in green.
Right, it's getting intense now. It is rather getting intense. These are the final few kilometers of the race. We are almost 1 hour 53 minutes into the race, close to 53 minutes. There's just a couple of more minutes to go in this race. So very quickly, let me show you another story, because it has been a morning of stories here at the Tata Mumbai Marathon. And this story is rather special. This is Ovani Karthik Iyer, an ex-banker turned into a yoga teacher. You see, from spreadsheets to sun salutations, from corporate meetings to marathon running, that's pure transformation. That's having the courage to start over. And now she doesn't just run for herself, she brings her yoga students with her. She's building a community of wellness. When a woman transforms, she just doesn't change herself. She changes everyone around her. Her husband runs with her now. Her students run with her. And she's creating ripples. And what I love about her is that she's blended yoga with running. Two practices that complement each other perfectly. Yoga brings flexibility, mindfulness, breath control. And running brings endurance, mental toughness, and cardiovascular strength. And together, they create complete wellness. And speaking of transformation, well, we'll get back to our elite athletes, but pure transformation here. And it's beautiful to see how Vani has taken on to the sport of running and yoga to transform not just a life, but a community's life. Transformation here. What are we looking at, international elite men?
Well, we're looking at Langat pushing on really strongly here. And I wonder if this is a significant move. The last kilometre, by the way, they got between 36 and 37 kilometres in 2:59, inside 3 minutes. They take that left-hand sweep there. And it is Langat, the Kenyan 29-year-old, up against the two Ethiopians who's calling the shots here. This is a determined surge from the tall Kenyan in purple. The little figure in white there, the 40-year-old Eritrean. I said two Ethiopians, it's an Eritrean. So we've got an Ethiopian, an Eritrean and a Kenyan. Three of the great, proud East African nations battling against each other here. They'll pass the beach very shortly on their right. But Langat here is going for broke. There's no doubt about that. He's not taking any prisoners. And as I say that, so Weldemariam, Kazeti Weldemariam in the white there to write a picture, looked for the first time a little uncomfortable. He's struggling to go with this. I mean, on a pound-for-pound basis, he's doing really well because the other two tower over him. You know, there's an old adage in distance running where they say a good big man, everything being equal, a good big man will beat a good small man.
I was about to ask, how much does height have a role to play here in long distance running or in the sport of running, because you can take longer strides?
Well, in so many sports, height and size matters enormously. You know, you talk about wrestling, boxing, and so on. And in running, it's less important, but it looks like it's a factor this morning.
But you know what? Nirva Bentakor is actually a very small-sized woman, but she's leading her the pack. So willpower is probably much more in control and requires, I mean, it requires a lot more willpower than just your physical abilities. Now, talking about willpower and using his platform, we've got Amir Khan and family, of course, running the Dream Run, but they've got a very special message for everyone who are taking on to the Tata Mumbai Marathon this morning.
I don't know anybody in my family who actually likes running, because we're not a running family. We're a very competitive family. We're a very games kind of family. Sports happens, but running doesn't happen at all.
I'm not a natural runner. I'm kind of, enjoy walking, but I've never thought of ever participating thinking that this is not for me, this is for professionals.
मेरा तो पहला रिएक्शन था कि नहीं भाई मैं कहाँ दौड़ पाऊंगा अभी, totally unfit हूँ.
I was worried about how I'm going to convince them. So I was trying all sorts of emotional blackmail. And then they said yes, and I was like, okay, quickly register before they change their minds. So then I registered and I was like, yeah, we have the bibs. You can't back out now.
मुझे खैर force किया गया. बच्चों को अभी ना नहीं बोल सकते.
When Ira told us that there was something called the Family Dream Run, it sounded really exciting. One, because of course it was going to give us time to all come together and do something together.
The training process has been funny and fun at the same time, because like my dad had his opinion on how we should train. We had decided that we would all train together, but it is nearly impossible to get all of us together in one room at the same time. We're discussing which watch you should wear to track your run and which shoes you should wear, and it's been interesting. The family chat is very different from what it normally is.
6 किलोमीटर हो जाएगा, कुछ ना कुछ कर लेंगे, रेंगते हुए पहुंच जाएंगे.
रेंगते हुए पहुंच जाएंगे, नहीं उससे ज़्यादा बेहतर करेंगे आप. But that was Amir Khan and family. It's really, really funny to see them come together for running, and more importantly, not just fun. It's the fact that they've inspired so many other families to be able to participate here at the Mumbai Marathon. Now, international elite men, over to you, Tim.
Well, Leonard Langat, pushing on really strongly here. He's looking tired now, and it seems to me that Abate there in the orange shorts, the green vest, has absorbed everything thrown at him. It's like two heavyweights now, with just a very few kilometres to go, and Abate tucked in his slipstream. Now, the interesting thing about that, as we see Langat look at his watch, is Langat can't turn around and get any information about body language. Mind you, having said that, Abate in the green is grimacing. You can see those teeth now. He's working hard. They do seem to have dropped Gazete Weldemariam to the left of picture. The little Eritrean, 40 years old, has run fantastically. If he can hang on these last 3 or 4 kilometres, he's going to get onto the rostrum. He's going to win prize, big prize money. But it looks like the race now is between these two to right of picture. Abate in the green and orange, tucked in right behind Leonard Langat, the Ethiopian behind the Kenyan. And it's very hard to pick out a favourite, although Abate, I think, looks the smoother of the two. Moves up alongside Langat now. Does he sense that Langat was struggling? When you're behind somebody, you can study their form. You can look at every aspect of the way they're holding their shoulders. Are their shoulders tight? Is their stride looking awkward? And Abate's been able to do that behind Langat for the last few minutes. Langat beginning to look a little bit ragged to me. And he too is working really hard. I mean, look, nearly 2 hours on the clock. I think they're going to run around just outside 2:08, maybe 2:08:30, something like that. So they've got about 8 or 9 minutes of tough running to come. We really are at the sharp end of this race. And as I say that, so the little figure of the Eritrean in the background, I think, might be closing on them. Wouldn't that be a turn-up?
It would be rather interesting. You've got the final few minutes remaining here at the Tata Mumbai Marathon. And I believe there's a break here, Tim.
It does look like it, yes. I think that's Yeshi, who's eased away. Yeshi Chika. Yes, it is. Yeshi Kalayu Chekole. Very consistent racer. Last year, she started 3 marathons in 2025. She didn't finish Osaka in Japan in February. Then she was 4th in Harbin in China in 2:30 and 3rd in Incheon in South Korea in 2:23. So she finished her year really well. She's got a great half marathon time. She's run 67 for a half marathon, so she's got good speed. Here she is on the biggest hill on the course. And this is tough when you're on your own like this. The only great thing about this sort of situation, Redeemer, is when you break away in a distance race like this, and it's the latter stages, the adrenaline flows because you're beginning to get a sniff of the win, of the victory. Massive prize money too, being dangled like a carrot on the road ahead of her.
Yes, she'll be looking forward to that. And you very rightly mentioned about the conversations that are probably going on with yourself in your head when you've taken the lead like that. But how tough does it get now when you're running absolutely alone? Individual, you've taken that big break, there is no one around you. That must be tough.
Well, it's tough, but sometimes it makes you more relaxed because you're not thinking about others. You also know, Yeshi there on the right of picture knows she's broken the others. They have obviously hit their red line. They've gone through their red line. They couldn't stay with her. So she manages his last 5K or so well. She's got the race in the bag. And left of picture, look, to Tadu Abate Deme of Ethiopia. Looks like he might have broken Leonard Langat. This next couple of minutes is absolutely critical because Langat in the purple there, left of picture, in second place, has got a gap, about 5 metres between himself and the Ethiopian. He's trying desperately to hang on to the coattails of Tadu Abate Deme. On paper, Abate is quicker. He's about a minute and a half quicker on paper, but every race is different.
But I tell you what, Tim, that international event is rather intense because you missed out on those couple of seconds because what we saw just a few seconds ago, you had Abate and Langat going shoulder to shoulder. Here Abate is taking a rather lead. But do you see Langat challenging him in the final few kilometers?
I don't know. I mean, so much can happen in a short space of time in a marathon. Can you see them? They're right in the middle of the picture. You can see the motorbike coming towards the camera, coming towards this drone camera. And the gap between them is literally 3 or 4 meters. Now, the interesting thing about Abate, the leader, in green, in that fluorescent green vest, is that his 4th marathon of 2025, 4 races last year, was on the 7th of December, just 6 weeks ago. And I've got written in my notes, is he recovered? He is fabulously consistent, we know that. He comes from the Arsi region of Ethiopia, which is famous for its coffee. His inspiration, Kenenisa Bekele, a multiple Olympic champion and world record holder. And he's running here maybe Abate for his wife and kids. His wife Rosa at home in Ethiopia, I'm sure is watching this one. His two kids as well will be watching it, I'm sure. Dawit, who is 4, and Selam, who is just 2, probably being bounced on his mum's lap as a dad heads for maybe big money. But now another turn up. Langat goes to the front. This is an astonishing battle. This is like a real punch-up between two heavyweights. Neither of them giving any quarter. They're both absolutely exhausted here. Pretty soon, they'll turn left away from Marine Drive on a slight uphill towards the finish. It's anybody's race between these two. Place your bets, folks, because I just cannot tell who's going to take this.
It is rather intense. You've got it. Two of the best out there, locking horns, and this is going to be a finish for ages. But just very quickly, do you train differently to finish a race, Tim? And what makes a good finisher?
Well, it's very hard to say. I mean, I don't think speed becomes a factor now. It is just sheer strength and mind over matter. So it's a mental battle between these two now as much as a physical battle. They've gone through 40K in 2:03:08. He's working really hard here, is Langat. He's gasping for air. They've gone through 40K in 2:03:08. Add 6 minutes to that. They're probably going to run around 2:09. It's not about the clock now, as the temperature climbs a little bit here in Mumbai. It's about who is the toughest mentally. There's that left-hand turn, the last major corner. Langat glancing at his watch. I'm not quite sure what for.
And Abate takes the lead. I could tell that is because Langat just seems to be struggling a bit more than Abate.
Yeah. Abate looks so strong, doesn't he? Holds himself really well. That arm carries, the hands look nice and relaxed too. Little glance over his shoulder there. And I think he was tucked in behind Langat there for about a minute. He could see that Langat was becoming more and more ragged, and now he accelerates. And the gap is growing all the time. Langat is accelerating as well. He's not giving up. But you know what? The old coaches say in distance running, when you go past somebody in a race, try to look good, because they will notice that. And almost subliminally, subconsciously, they will pick up on the fact that you are strong. So what Abate is doing here is exactly right. He's absolutely trying to grind Langat into the dirt here with his really powerful surge to get the gap and break the spirit of the Kenyan. That's what we're seeing unfold here. 25 meters the gap now, and Langat's spirit is being pummeled by the Ethiopian. It's brilliant racing.
Langat is looking strong, he's looking confident, he's got aggression, and the gap, as he very rightly suggested here, Tim, is growing. It is Langat's race, Abate's race to finish. Now you've got Langat, of course, out there. The gap has grown a bit much, but they're reaching the Flora Fountain here in Mumbai. Is the final few moments of the race, 400 meters to go, and it just is inching closer to the finish line. Remember, you'll be coming back to the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus, and wait for it. It's going to be rather interesting.
It's going to be fantastic. Do you know what? It's not going to be far outside the course record. The course record was 2:07:32. I wonder if he knows now how close he is to the course record. I think it's going to slip out of his grasp. He's got 30 seconds to go to get to the course record. 1 kilometre to go there, a sign on the road. I'm not sure that is absolutely correct. If it is, he's got another 3 minutes of running to come. If there is a kilometre to go, he's got another 3 minutes of hard running to come. But Langat now 50 metres behind and dropping back with every stride as this slight uphill plays in the favour of Abate Deme. Takes that left-hand sweeping turn, 800 metres to run. Just choosing the correct line here. He's following, so often you get this in races, that athletes in their absolute state of fatigue will follow a camera, a bike camera, almost anywhere. I've seen them run off course before following a bike rather than stay on the obvious course. But there it is. Look at the crowds on the other side there from the Dream Run. They will be cheering him on as they witness this historic win from Tadu Abate Deme, the 28-year-old Ethiopian. He is a 2:05 performer. That was in Tokyo 3 years ago. But this has been a quite magnificent run from him. He had a battle royal this last 20 minutes with Leonard Langat, who put up fantastic resistance. But now, in the last few hundred meters, Abate is moving smoothly. He can relax a little bit now. He can relax a little bit. I don't think he's chasing a time. He knows he's got the race won. He's had a glance around. And he looks more like a track runner now, rocking from side to side. He's got to be very, very tired. The temperature outside, it's climbed a little bit over the last hour or so. But there's another little glance to see if Langap was in range. No, 400 metres to run, 2:08.44 at that point. He's probably going to run just inside 2:10. And on a course which I think probably most people would say, with the new coastal road and that spiral climb, has been a little bit slower than in the past. Maybe this is a fabulous run all the same against the clock.
Only 300 meters to go, and Abate. That has to be one of the most spectacular displays of distance running, because he's still smiling, he's still waving at his supporters and people who are cheering him. And he's about to finish. And Langard, who was just behind him a couple of seconds ago, is nowhere to be seen now.
No, he's not. Abate has time to celebrate here as he comes towards the finish line. He's a Chelsea fan. He'll have been happy with their result yesterday. His coach, Gatamese, has several athletes in the race, and this has been a great success for him. His wife, Rosa, and the kids back at home will be screaming at their TV watching Dad come home to a magnificent victory here. Just inside 2 hours 10. He wins the 21st Tata Mumbai Marathon there, 2:09.53 unofficially. Quite magnificent. The execution was supreme. Leonard Langer, what stout resistance he put up. He comes in just outside 2:10, 2:10.07 unofficially. And a brilliant run from him for second place. Makes the rostrum, second place prize money. And look at this, the Eritrean, 40 years old, 2:10.19 unofficially there. Absolutely superb from Merhawi Kazete Weldemariam, getting better and better like a good wine.
We have our top three, our podium finishers here from the Tata Mumbai Marathon International Elite Men. And you've got a certain Abate who's displayed distance running at his finest. Clocks in 2:09.53 for 42.195 kilometers across Mumbai. He's displayed strength. And let's take a look at the final timings that we see. You've got Abate, 2:09.55. You've got Langard right behind him, 2:10.10. And you've got Kasate, who's clocked in 2 hours, 10 minutes and 22 seconds.
Yeah, what a race these three have put on. Locked together until, what, about 20-25 minutes from the finish, when the tiny figure of Kazete Weldemariam had to let the other two go, and the big pair battling it out until with just a very few minutes of the finish line. Every one of the three absolutely spent.
And by the way, we had predicted that.
Well, that's a Finnish team, making sure they got plenty of water and towels as well to aid recovery. Yeah, that's impressive, isn't it? Kazete Weldemariam flat out on the ground there to write a picture. Water being poured over the back of his neck, try and cool down the body temperature as much as possible. He put on an incredible race. He was second here last year, was Kazete. He finished third today. Here is the winning form of Tadu Abate Deme in his 20th marathon. He has the biggest win of his life here in Mumbai. 2:09.55 officially his winning time, whatever the clock said above there. He is just 6 weeks here behind his run on the 7th of December in another marathon. And here is the leading Indian, and what a run he's having. Karthik Kakera. Just brilliant. 28 years old, and could well be heading here, Redeemer, for a personal best himself. His lifetime best is exactly 2:20, 2:12.50 on the clock at the moment.
And here's a look at the international elite women out there. And yet again, you've got a solo runner in Yeshi.
Yes, Yeshi Chekole made a debut with back in 2019 with a third place in Abu Dhabi, but she is very consistent, we know that. Good Good cross-country runner. Karthik here is struggling. All of a sudden, he looks to be in a bit of trouble. He was holding his hamstring just now, and he has slowed. That stride length has gone. And when a hamstring goes, that massive muscle on the back of your thigh, then you can be in real trouble because you just cannot push off and carry on running hard when you've got a hamstring cramp. I suspect it's cramp. That would be dehydration, lack of liquid, lack of salts getting into his system. And he's almost limping there now as he turns away from Marine Drive. He's hurting. But one thing we do know, Redeemer, is he's a smart fellow. He's an orthopedic surgeon. He will know the best possible way of managing this next kilometre and a half or so.
If someone knows it, it is him. But also, Tim, take a look at the fact that when we were talking about how a runner just behind someone who's taking charge is noticing the body language, one good thing about here with Karthik is that there is none behind him. So no other race, there's no other athlete who knows that he's been struggling with the hamstring. So he could take advantage of the fact.
No, that's exactly right. There's a good gap behind him. And, you know, one thing that comforts you in the last stages of the distance race, when you're hurting and you're going through bad patches and really struggling, is that people behind you have got to be going through exactly the same, if not worse. Otherwise, they'd be up on your shoulder and they'd be sort of looking at you and going, hey, what's wrong? What you soft or something? But no, the guys behind you, to an extent, when there's a gap that big, you've beaten them. And he's just got to manage himself this next kilometre or so. He'll pass that kilometre to go sign shortly, I would think. But this is a big, big win for him. Barring disaster, he's got this in the bag.
Karthik, kudos to the man. What an incredible morning it has been for this man, because remember, Tim, this is his very first race in which he's participating in the elite category. He's a professional and he's eyeing the Asian Games. This is his very first marathon in the elite category.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, he ran 2:20 exactly last year. That is his personal best. I don't know if that's going to be broken here today because he is struggling. I think if it wasn't for that hamstring, he'd be moving a little bit more freely now. But he's still going okay. He looks to have almost run it off, that cramp. He's working hard with the arms, isn't he? Just keep those legs coming through. You know what they say is if your legs are really hurting and feeling weak, keep pumping with your arms, and it helps the symmetry, the balance of your legs to come through. Nearly 2:16 on the clock for him and for the leading woman as well, Yeshi Chikole. There's Chikole. She's got a male pacemaker to follow, although the gap is about 8 or 10 meters. And she's going, I think, considerably faster than Karthik Karkera, albeit he's quite a long way ahead of her. She's still on Marine Drive. You see to her right, to the left of the picture as we look at her there. The International Elite Women's Race looks to have a runaway winner here because Chekole is way out in front. Her last marathon, by the way, was only 8 weeks ago. So, ironically, the winner of the men's race, we know, ran a marathon just 6 weeks ago, Abate Deme, but won here today in 2:09.55 by 15 seconds. And the winner of the women's race, it looks as though it's going to be Chekole. She too had a marathon fairly recently, and that brings into focus the whole shoe debate that's been going on for a few years now, which is that the technology that's in shoes now enables athletes to recover in training day after day, but from races as well. They recover from races much better.
So back in the day during your time, how long did it take for an athlete to recover?
Well, the standard pattern was that you run a marathon and then you take about 3 or 4 weeks off before you resume training, and you would run 2 marathons a year. Now we're seeing more and more in the biographies of these runners, you know, and I'm doing my notes, athletes running four marathons a year.
Is that the average? 4 marathons a year?
No, it's not. The average is still between 2 and 3. But, you know, 20 years ago, it would have been inconceivable that you would do 4 marathons in a year. Now we're seeing athletes do 4 marathons a year, and every one of them is good. Every one of them is high quality. And running a marathon 6 weeks after your last one, in the old days, that was simply impossible. Your body was too beaten up. But now the shoes really, they're very, very kind to your legs.
Is it only the shoes or also the transformation that the medical industry has gone through? and with all kinds of supplements also coming into place.
It's lifestyle practices. It's more sleep. It's better knowledge about training. It's more strength and conditioning in the gym. It's better stretching. It's more massage. Better diet. There's a whole portfolio of elements that are incrementally adding help. But I still think myself that shoes are about 80% of the difference, and I think the other things make up 3 or 4% each one.
So when someone who's an amateur and taking on to distance running, taking on to a full marathon, what are the kind of shoes that they should go for? What are they looking at?
There are so many brands now that make great footwear. Probably 10 or 15 brands that make wonderful footwear. But so you've got to try them. A good running shop will let you try them on in the shop and jog up the street outside, or jog in the shop, or have a treadmill in the shop, and they've got to be comfortable for you. So you can't say one brand suits everybody.
No, I'm not talking about brand, but should it have a little bit of a curvature, or should it be flat?
Oh yeah, no, they've all got massive built-up soles now, much thicker, although there are rules about how thick your sole can be. The sole cannot be more than 39 millimeters, which is that, an inch and a half, 39 mils, cannot be built up more than 39 in racing shoes. That's the rule.
And when you're training for distance running, when you're training for 42.195 kilometers, should you be training on solid tarmac like this, or are you training on softer grounds? And also we see Karthik now. Now Karthik is coming in for the win. It is a historic moment for the man. It's because, remember, it's his very first time participating here in the elite race, and the man's beaten the likes of Anish Thapa, who is a defending champion.
His first Mumbai, and he puts his hands either side as if to say, me doing this, but he celebrates in fantastic style as he wins the Indian title here at this 21st edition of the Tata Mumbai Marathon. Absolutely superb.
And remember,
and there's his winning margin. It's a tiny winning margin. He was being closed down all the time. Goodness me, by Anish Thapa, the defending champion, was probably 50 meters behind there at the finish. Wow, that was tight.
That was really tight. We didn't get a glimpse of Anish Thapa, but he's closed in, I believe, in the final few kilometers. But Anish Thapa, remember, the defending champion. He's an Army Sports. He comes from the Army Sports Institute in Pune. He is from the Army. And remember, he's also won the NMDC Hyderabad Marathon. And here comes Pradeep. He was also one big name here in the list that we had for the Indian elite men. Pradeep Singh Chaudhary finishes third.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a man with a personal best of 2:15. He settles here for just outside 2:20 today. The man from Maharashtra, 25 years old. It's his 5th Mumbai Marathon. He knows this course really well, but that's been a tough race for him today. He's a great athlete. He's run 64 minutes for a half marathon. He ran 3 marathons in 2024, 3 in 2025, and here he is running yet another one. So when you go to the well that many times, it does take its toll. His 7th marathon effectively in 2 years.
Again, a man from the Army. He's got 2 children, and his 2 children will be very happy. The dad gets back a bronze here. That's Pradeep Singh Chaudhary. But kudos to Karthik, a name that has come from the Tata Mumbai Marathon, running his very first elite race, and gets a gold.
Yeah. Absolutely superb. And, you know, we know quite a lot about the athletes in 2nd and 3rd, Anish Thapa and Pradeep Singh Chaudhary, but the winner, Karthik Karkera, I don't have much about him. I mean, this is a real shock. It's probably the biggest shock of the day, in fact. It's his first super elite race, and he's taken full advantage of the fabulous facilities at the hotel and from the elite team that look after these athletes so well in the build-up. And there you can see Kelkile, one of the international elite, hobbling away. He's had a tough day at the office. But this is unfamiliar status. The man wearing 57. Absolutely superb. He came 10th overall, Karthik Karkera. That is quite some run.
Indeed, as you see his supporters there, and here you've got Yeshi. Yeshi's closing in as well. Leading now.
Yes, Yeshi Chekole. Again, she's working really hard with her arms to keep those legs coming through, but she's up on the flat now and heading towards the finish line. And CSMT easing away from that Indian elite male. Some way outside her personal best of 2:21.17. This is her 10th marathon. She's sort of been polishing her art, her skills as a marathon runner. But as I said earlier, her last marathon was only 8 weeks ago. I asked her at the press conference 2 days ago if she discussed the race with her coach, and she said yes, that the coach said, trust the training you've done. That was the main message. We see a wonderful shot of the first three men there. The champion in the middle, Karthik, the new kid on the block in Indian distance running. And I wonder if he's run his way into a place in the Asian Games team.
Yeah, when we came into the race, we were talking about, you know, the possibilities of the Indian elite men. You had a certain Anish Thapa there. People were talking about him, the defending champion. You had a certain Man Singh that people were talking about, the man who's recorded a personal best at Valencia and is in great momentum and great form. And on the other side, you also had a Pradeep Chaudhary. But Karthik is a name that nobody mentioned, a new kid on the block for sure, and a superstar in the making. On the other side, coming back to the international elite women, we do have a winner that we see. We don't see any competition out there. 300 meters to go. It is a Yeshi Chikole.
Yeah, Chikole, barring disaster, is going to be crowned champion here in Mumbai. Temperature now about 23 degrees out on the streets of Mumbai. 200 meters to go. That'll be a very welcome sight for her if she saw it at all. And in a way, it's quite good that she had that Indian elite male to race against over this last kilometre or so. But as the finish line gets closer and closer, so her form seems to look better and better. I think it's just the knowledge that you can stop very, very soon and start recovering. Brilliant run from Yeshi Kalayu Chikole. 2:25 clicks by. The course record, remember, 2:24.15. She's going to be less than a minute outside the course record. It's the run of the day in many respects. Brilliant there. As she takes the title in this 21st Tata Mumbai Marathon, just outside 2:25. Wow. She has destroyed that field with a really strong closing 10 kilometers. Big prize money. Big upgrade in status too for Chikole. It's 3 minutes or so outside her personal best, but that doesn't matter. She is an out-and-out distance racer at half marathon and marathon. Very modest times on the track for 10,000 meters. She doesn't have great speed for track racing, but her consistency on the roads has been underlined today with this big win here in Mumbai. Brilliant stuff. Waiting for confirmation of that time. 2:26.12, is that? 2:25.13.
It's 2:25.13.
2:25.13.
2:25.13, and she truly has destroyed that field. We still are waiting for the second place and the third place finish in the international elite women. But Yeshi coming into the Tata Mumbai Marathon. Was she amongst the top three names that you anticipated finishing the race
She was second fastest on paper, but the really significant stat is that she is less than a minute outside the event record. I mean, really fabulous run. Intrinsically, it's the best run of the day. There's that form, just allowing herself to break into a smile in the closing strides.
It has been an interesting day, isn't it? Where Karthik from the Indian elite men not only finishes first, gets the gold, but also overall 10th. And that's incredible for an Indian to finish in that elite group. You also have Abade, who takes the gold from the international elite men, and Yeshi from the international elite women. We're still waiting for the confirmation on the international Indian women. But before that, let me quickly show you what you've got up your sleeves and what you can take back home. This is the Scan and Win quiz. This is where you participate, you answer these questions. The question is, the Tata Mumbai Marathon is held during which month of the year? Is it September, October, December, or Jan? On the other side, the second question is, what is the ethos of the Tata Mumbai Marathon? Is it Har Dil Mumbai? Is it Har Mumbai Dil? Har Ghar Mumbai? Or Har Mumbai? And the third question is, which edition is it of the Tata Mumbai Marathon? The 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd? Answer the questions. Top 5 winners get a chance to win the TMM merchandise and a 2-night stay at the Trident Mumbai. Take a short break here. We still have plenty to watch out for.
काफी बड़ा परिवार है मेरा, यही संसार है मेरा। हर दिन मेरी कोशिश है इसे हरा भरा रखने की, कुछ कोशिश घर को मजबूत बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश घर को जीता जागता बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश बड़ों की सेवा की, कुछ कोशिश छोटों को बड़ा बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश नई दिशाएं दिखाने की, कुछ कोशिश उत्साह जगाने की। देश नाम है मेरे संसार का, इंडिया नाम है मेरे परिवार का, टाटा कोशिश जिम्मेदारी निभाने की।
मैं आप तीनों के लिए कैटेगरी लाया हूं बॉलीवुड। जवाब पहचानिए, बजर दबाइए, स्टार्ट। संदीपा,
कहो ना प्यार है।
बिल्कुल सही गेस किया।
ये आपके लिए मेरा सवाल।
कहो ना प्यार है।
हाँ बताओ।
किसके लिए?
मेरे लिए ऑब्वियसली, अगर मैं पूछ रही हूँ
तो मैं घर में क्या जवाब दूंगा?
Wheel of Fortune 27 जनवरी से सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
Point after point.
It's tough.
Rally after rally.
What a fight back.
Match after match.
Extraordinary.
With every setback.
Another seed falls.
And every comeback.
Amazing scenes.
A new greatness is born.
To beat the best, you have to beat the best. And that is what we and everyone have come to witness. It's their time.
Australian Open, where greatness begins.
Tomorrow, 5:30 a.m. Only on the Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Watch UEFA Europa League. Fenerbahce versus Aston Villa. Thursday, 22nd January, 11:15 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Danro Cup, Sri Lanka versus England series. Starts Thursday, 22nd January, 2:30 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Welcome back to the Tata Mumbai Marathon, the 21st edition, and it has been an incredible morning. Of course, we saw everything that Mumbai has to offer, but more importantly, we've just seen the finish of the international elite men. We've seen international elite women still waiting on the confirmation for the second and the third place, and also looking forward to the international. Alia, we've got the Indian elite women that we're looking forward to. Remember, there's a hat-trick that you've got in the eyes here for Thakur, but more importantly, now joining me in the studio, we've got Vedanta, the MD and CEO of IDFC First Bank. Vedas, he's fondly called as, but the man is wearing a bib because he's just finished a half marathon, and I want to know his timing.
First of all, 2:13. I'm like thrilled.
We are for you. We are for you because now it's not just about the fact that you've gone there and witnessed, you've participated. So tell me, how is the energy like? What's the pulse like?
First of all, this is my maybe 35th or 36th run, and maybe 8 of them are full. So I'm brimming with happiness, joy, and energy. Man, this place is crazy. It doesn't feel like we are running the marathon. It feels like almost Mumbai is running the marathon with us. It's that kind of, band and music and people are celebrating. It's heady.
So what time did you do this morning? 2 hours what?
2 hours, 13 minutes, yes.
And were you racing the people around you, or were you just celebrating a sort of mobile party up the road?
A mobile party up the road, it just happens that a lot of people know me and, they all party a little on the way.
But But during the race, were you actually most of the time with a small group and ahead of them, and they were behind you, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, I'm not like chasing time, so I pause for people. You know, my family was with me, take a photograph. You know, we have a Labrador. He just went crazy. He ran with me on the race, and nobody could stop him. So I had a dog with me who was running the marathon with me, and he was pulling me ahead. It's like.
Well, that's illegal, isn't it? It's not a legal assistance.
Pacemaker.
It's not
disqualification.
He's on the side. Yeah, we're on the side, not to disturb people. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a stuff. It's that kind of a stuff, you know. And I mean, I was amazed to hear that there are 60,000 runners.
65,424.
And like 15,000 of them are like half. Another 14,000 of them are full. It's almost like the fulls are caught up with the half. I can't
The numbers are astonishing. Here's the numbers for you. I mean, it is absolutely astonishing.
You've got 4,000 joining us virtually. That means they're running.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. From around the world and India. So they're joining us virtually.
They're timing themselves virtually? Yeah?
Virtually, yeah.
It's over 70,000.
2026.
Wow, it's a virtual world. So awesome. That's really phenomenal.
That is crazy. So a total of 70,065 participants at Tata Mumbai Marathon.
But I want to tell all the virtual people it's nothing like running the real thing.
Well, come to Mumbai next time. But, well, I'll tell you what you've missed out on because you were running yourself. Here are the highlights from the international elite men and of everything that has transpired. Take a look at it. Tim, this is how it started.
So that was them getting underway at 7 a.m. in the darkness. The pacemakers did a wonderful job to set up the race for the elite men and the elite women. Indeed, you can see the pacemakers there in that elite men's race. Adam Lipchitz of South Africa flown in to do that very, very important job, and it worked out wonderfully because there was a big pack through halfway in the 64.5 minutes and beyond in the men's race. But in the third quarter, that's when quite a few fellas hit the red line, and it came down to these three. And the Eritrean 40-year-old in white there, an astonishing athlete physically, Kazete Waldemariam, 206, battled away with this big pair, but they were both a lot bigger than him. Leonard Langat in the purple for Kenya, having to give best here eventually to Tadu Abate Demi, who came in to take the title just inside 2:10. A brilliant win for him, $50,000 for that first place in 2:09.55. Well, the Indian men had their own little battle, of course, just a few minutes down the road behind the international elite men. They had their own pacemakers too, but in the pink there was the surprise package of the day. An athlete who was not only a great runner, but an orthopedic surgeon to boot. His personal best from last year coming into this was 2:20. It wasn't in Mumbai. It's his first Mumbai Marathon. The big three included Anish Thapa in the fluorescent green there, the defending champion from last year, and Pradeep Singh Chowdhury. But he broke away with about 10 kilometres to go, Karthik Kakera, and was on schedule for a big personal best too. He closed with a bit of a hamstring problem, bit of cramp, but he crossed the line comfortably in the lead to take the title just inside 2 hours 20.
Here are the results from the international elite men. You've got Abate there, and he clocked in 2:09.55. Langat right behind him. It was quite a finish there. He clocked in 2:10.10, and you had Kasere finishing third, 2:10.22. And Victor Kiplangat of Command, that we were all looking forward to, the world champion, clocked in 2:11.02. Finished fifth, though, and that's the international elite men's results. Let's take a look at the other results as well. You've got the Indian elite men, Karthik, the orthopedic surgeon, the man that nobody was talking about, but has become the talk of the town with 2:19.55. Anish Mangar, of course, the defending champion, finishes second into this one, clocks in 2:20.08. And Pradeep Chaudhary, the army man, 2:20.49. That's the top three. And you also have Srinu, of course, who finishes there on the 6th place. But Karthik, what a story. He's the story of the Tata Mumbai Marathon. It's because we spoke about Anish, we spoke about Man Singh, because remember, Man Singh also clocked in a personal best. He's just clocked in a great number here at Valencia. The man was in great form, but nobody was talking about this man. He comes out of nowhere, has that lead right after 10K, but an orthopedic surgeon, a surgeon, a surgeon.
Just like, this is unbelievable, and it's so inspirational. I think that the one that separates the number one from number two, I don't know how much the time was the difference between the two, or
there is a significant number. Because
there you are. We've got them on one of our monitors here. Yeah. But I'll tell you what underlines the quality of the racing here today. overall is the fact that the reigning Commonwealth Games champion was 5th in that elite men's race.
Wow, this is something inspirational, and I tell you that that every year people seem to be bettering themselves, and it's probably the spirit of the times.
Absolutely,
Right.
And the race is just getting stronger and stronger each year.
Right, it indeed is, but also something that IDFC First Bank is doing, along with, of course, where they're here. He's not just, of course, promoting fitness and wellness through running, through individuals, but building communities. And here is a running hero from his very organization. It is Mr. Digge. Let's take a look at his story.
So on 7th of February 2021, Atul, it was a Sunday, and as usual, he went for his Sunday long run. That day also he did almost like a half marathon only, but it was just a normal run with a friend. And after coming back, he was stretching in our building's garden, and he collapsed.
When the incident happened, I was very scared because I did not know what was going to happen. It was a random Sunday and he was in very good health. But I think I saw his progress and he was very perseverant. He kept trying, and every day he tried to walk, he tried to run, and I'm really proud of how long he's been.
Tata Mumbai Marathon is like annual pilgrimage. He looks forward to it. The planning starts as soon as he is finished. Today, if he finishes his TMM, he will see, oh, this is my timing and this is how I felt. These are the places where I struggled. This is where I should drink water. So the planning immediately starts for the next year's TMM, and that the practice goes on.
It is a very inspirational story, and here's why. The man has run 15 to 16 full marathons. Then a health condition comes in. But he doesn't give up. He adjusts. He adjusts in a way that he's still running. Maybe not full marathons. He's still running a 10K. He's still gunning for a half marathon. But he didn't give up. And he's from your organization.
Well, first of all, I'm very proud he's from IDFC First Bank. And you know what? Over 200 people from IDFC First Bank running this session, this thing, in one format or the other, or 250 of them. Is something special. And you know, we're a new bank like now, like maybe 7 or 8 years now after the merger, maybe 10 years in all. And, you know, other banks are like, 20, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. But for within the short time, we put together good things for the customer, but through these things, we brought the awareness. And as a combo, a bank is something to watch out for.
All right, but how did you manage to inculcate this culture of running?
Well, it's not about me. I think the whole bank is now, I just feel that, you know, when by encouraging a team, a staff to do something physical, it just makes them more fit. It makes them more productive at work. People take less number of medical leaves and stuff like that. They don't have back issues. They have nothing. There's something that brings joy at work. I think it's not to be seen in isolation. I think it's a package. It improves personal life, professional life, make them more productive, and of course, at personal level, just makes them, what you saw right now, it makes them happier people.
And you can assure us they don't feel any pressure from above because they see the boss going out running and they feel they need to get running as well.
You know, I just came for the marquee. I just came for the marquee out there, where we are an IDFC marquee, and you know, all the employees had gathered, and a bit of a celebratory moment. And you should just see, forget the pressure. It is like a festival out there.
It indeed is. And there's a huge contribution from the IDFC First Bank. So thank you so much for encouraging everyone, not just your employees, but also the others from different organizations, that you can balance both. So thank you so much for joining us.
I must, on that note, I must say that really to the organizers and also to everyone at Mumbai who are cheering the people, you know, that the organizers, the police, the administration, and the people, I mean, it's just unbelievable how they turn up and cheer everybody. I want to say a big thanks to everyone who are putting this together. And I'm really counting for Mumbai to take India to the world map, like to be counted among the greatest of great runs.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed to that, but I'll tell you what, Tata Mumbai Marathon knows how to put on a show. And talking about putting on a show, here are the international elite women and how they finished.
Thank you, guys.
Well, we can take a look at the elite women getting underway at 7 a.m. At the same time as the men. It was a mixed race where the men and women are running together. But, of course, the elite women have got their own pacemakers. They set off at a good, healthy tempo, getting to halfway in 72.22. That put them on more or less schedule for a course record. But as the temperature climbed, so the pace got a little bit slower through the third quarter. And then it ended up being not the pre-race favourite, Shure Dimiseware. She dropped back, actually, around halfway. But it was Yeshi Kalayu Chekole of Ethiopia. And I must remind you that the entire elite field, international elite field on the women's side, was from Ethiopia. There was a battle royal through the middle of the race, with the pacemakers setting a really good, healthy, but steady tempo. And then in the final quarter of the race, Yeshi Kalayo Chekole came away to win very comfortably indeed. Her time, 2:25.13. She won by over 2 minutes to win that $50,000 first prize, the 28-year-old. And there is her time ahead of her compatriots.
Here are the top 5 from the international elite women.
Yes, Chekole, 2:25.13, ahead of Alema Gebremedin, 2:27.35. Just the first 3, fittingly, those on the rostrum, getting under 2 hours 30. Gojam Tegaye Enyu, 2:28.27. On a warm morning here in Mumbai, but Chekole, a class apart, less than a minute off the event record with that winning time.
Surprising. But it's also interesting to see that everything that has panned out this morning. We're still looking forward to the Indian elite women and the race out there. Remember, there is a Nirmaben Thakur who's eyeing a hat trick, and she was leading the pack. We're going to get a glimpse of that. We're going to get the results there as well. But more importantly, Tim, everything that has transpired in the 2026, the 21st edition, if you're watching, that's a hint, for the Tata Mumbai Marathon. How do you sum it up so far? And yeah, a quick glimpse of the Indian elite women. We were talking about Nirmaben Thakur. This is getting interesting.
Well, it is, and this is real racing too, isn't it? As they push on here, and this is coming up from the Marine Drive. They've been running now for 2 hours 45 minutes, so they're in their final stages. Is that a kilometre to go? So about 3.5 minutes of hard running to come. And just checking, is that Nirmaben?
That is Sanjeevani, right, who's taken the lead. You've got Nirmaben right behind her, because Sanjeevani has just overtaken Nirmaben Thakur. And Sanjeevani seems to be struggling, but remember, Nirmaben Thakur is eyeing a hat-trick, and she's getting closer. She ain't giving up. Final few minutes remaining in this race. Nirmaben Thakur out there gunning for glory. Can she do it again? Can she do a hat-trick? That's the question.
Well, they are still racing each other, these two. Very determined running from the pair of them, separated by what? Half a dozen strides, probably about 10 or 12 meters between this pair. They're up onto the flat of the city centre now. And I'll tell you what, when you're behind somebody and chasing hard, it's always nicer than being in the lead and having somebody chasing you, because you've got a target, whether it's a relay around the track, 4x400 meters, or this sort of situation. And I think Nirmaben Thakur is gradually closing, don't you?
I reckon as well, because you see gradually closing, and she's got more to look forward to than Sanjeevani. Though Sanjeevani True will be eyeing that glory. But as you rightly mentioned during the international elite men, the fact that when you're just behind the one who's leading, you're reading body language. What is Nirmaben Thakur reading right now?
Well, she's probably thinking, studying the form of her, but wondering if she can surprise her with a sprint over the last 100 meters or so without giving her opponent a chance to respond. You know, if you can nip somebody at the line, then they have no chance, no opportunity to come back at you. But that gap is staying rather stubbornly at 6 or 7 meters, isn't it? I don't know if Sanjeevani has had a look round to see what's going on behind her.
She's getting close, But do you think that Sanjeevani's got enough gas remaining? What do you make of from
I
her body
don't know.
language?
She's working so hard with her arms. Both of them very, very tired. I mean, not much knee lift from the leader here, Sanjeevani. And Thakur struggling now. Is that gap growing once more? Sanjeevani, I think she is. I think she's throwing the towel in. Thakur, the defending champion in white in second place. That gap is growing with every stride. 300 meters to go, and Sanjeevani's got this sewn up, I think. Brilliant battle between this pair, and they're going to go a long way under 250, so that is good running. Noma Bentakur, remember her lifetime best from 2 years ago when she was 10th here in Mumbai and winning Indian was 247. Well, they're both, I think, here going to be inside 249. Sanjeevani Yadav looks here to me like she's going to set a personal best. Her personal best is 250.48. That's when she was third in Delhi.
Yeah, but you'd be disappointed because Nirma Bentakur, that hat-trick looks like a distant dream, but she's getting close. She's still not in giving up. But Sanjeevani powering through. She's closing onto that finish line. And there she is.
There she is, 248.58 unofficially. That is absolutely brilliant. That is a personal best by almost 2 minutes.
Excellent race from both.
Superb racing.
Indeed, Nirma Bentakur misses out on that hat-trick. Doesn't come in the list, same as Lalita Babar, but she gets a podium finish.
And there's a third place finisher there. Couldn't see who that is. Is that one of the Indian elite? Wow. Celebrations going on, and she's in better shape than any of the international elite were. They were all flat out on the ground, rather like that. I think that's Divya S. from Tamil Nadu, who might have finished in third place there, making her debut as well. So that's a heck of a run from her. Sanjeevani there, coming home to what is a quite superb win, and winning that big prize money we talked about earlier. She won in Delhi back in February, setting that personal best of 248. And I think here today she's just gone a little bit quicker. 250 rather, excuse me. Today she has set a new personal best.
And Nirma Bentakur, she's struggling. She's struggling. She's trying to recover. Yeah, you could tell it was a tough one for her. She gets a second place finish. Sanjeevani Jadhav, though, she still has enough gas left in her after running 42.195 kilometer. Finishes first. That's interesting.
Well, it's her seventh marathon. She's been really consistent with all her times. Every time she's run in her previous six have been between 250 and 257. Today, it's slightly warm conditions. She runs 258.
Yeah, but, you know, just taking a look at how the Indian elite women have performed. You've got the top three there. How far have they come from 2 decades earlier?
Oh, massively. I mean, I can remember in the early years of the Mumbai Marathon, they couldn't get anywhere near 3 hours. So to be running down inside 250, you know, another few years' time, and they'll be in the 230s, and then you're knocking on the door of international class.
Right. Well, you know, it just doesn't stop here. They must have run. They've had the dream run. They've finished the half marathon. They've also done a full marathon. But you've got Banafsha there, and she's checking if they've got more fuel left in their tank. This is Breaking Carbs.
We're not done yet. Welcome to Breaking Carbs, where we find out who really has some fuel left in the tank. This is Bombay Gymkhana, where we turn exhaustion into entertainment. All right, calling upon our amazing runners. Hello. Hello. Okay, I'm Banafsha. You guys gotta tell me your names, okay?
Birurai. Dharma. I am Kesarale. I'm Galboguru.
Okay, lovely. Did you guys have a good race?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, awesome. So your first challenge is the Vrikshasan. Everybody knows what a Vrikshasan is, right? Show me a quick Vrikshasan. Yes, lovely. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna have a timer. I'm gonna time you guys, okay? You have all of 1 minute. And whoever holds the pose the longest wins. But there is a catch. You have to close your eyes and do this. Okay? Okay, awesome. Are you ready?
Yeah.
On your marks, set, and go. The floor is lava. One wobble and you're out. 30 more to go. Seconds down, 30 more to go. Come on, come on, come on, you can do it. Okay, the last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time. All right, we have a winner, and the winner is no doubt Biru. Give me a high five. Amazing. The race and winning another challenge. How do you feel?
I feel so good, and this is an amazing place, and then even the marathon is really good. It's going well, and this is another fun here. Like I enjoyed a lot.
Awesome. You have some great energy. And we're gonna hand over the prize to you. That's for you. Congratulations, well done. All of you, well done, well done. All of you are champions. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Together, okay, together. They won it together. How sweet.
Vrikshasana, the tree pose. But first of all, thank you, Banafsha, for taking it a little easy on them. I thought there were burpees and, I don't know, jumping jacks coming your way, but Vrikshasana is not that easy. It's a test of your focus. It's a test of your balance. Have you ever done it?
I haven't, but if I'd known there were trophies like that, I might have had a go. I mean, crikey.
You think you can hold on to that pose for a long time? He held it for 40 seconds.
When there's an incentive, I mean, that was a beautiful trophy. That's almost prize money.
I see. I'm going to keep a trophy right in front of you. And let me tell you all that I'm going to record it and probably put it on his socials. But Vrikshasana it is. But once again, let me tell you that throughout our broadcast, if you've just joined us, we've had an incredible morning here at the Tata Mumbai Marathon. And we've been showing and showcasing some inspirational stories. Stories of people who've taken on to the sport of running to transform themselves. And here is a family that we feature. This is the Chatta family.
Feels really great. We all are together with Mumbai, the entire crowd, really motivating for each one of us, getting up early in the morning, talking to each other, spending time with each other in this busy life of ours, busy schedule of ours.
This gives me a great opportunity to walk with them, to run with them, and to spend time with my grandson, my son, my daughter-in-law.
My grandfather has passed, but the motivation which he brought is still in me. I like to run and I like to walk with my family. The whole Mumbai, meaning most of the people are like health conscious and many people run together. So seeing that, it keeps on motivating more and it feels like all of the people are together.
The journey of life, the family which runs together stays together.
Well, the most senior member of the family started it, and then the family didn't give up on that tradition. They continued with the tradition, and here they are at the Tata Mumbai Marathon, running, of course, the race as a family. We also have another family that's running, that's the Amir Khan family. And I believe they're using this voice, this pedestal, to encourage all the other families in India to come together and bond together on this very special occasion. We've seen so many running heroes. How inspirational are these stories, and which one really stood and struck a chord in you?
Crikey, it's very hard to pick one out. That would be favoritism. But I think what is lovely is that, you know, with the vast majority of them, there is family support. You know, it doesn't matter what you take on. And when it's a challenge, you have good and bad periods. And sometimes you doubt yourself. You have lapses in confidence. When the family are behind you, it makes a heck of a difference. It can get you through those tough patches. So I like the fact that it's a team effort, in effect. Each of these running heroes is an individual, but actually there's a team effort behind it.
When you took on to the sport of running, did you have the family support?
Absolutely.
Who was your biggest supporter?
My parents were unbelievably. When I was running in televised races in a stadium with 15,000 people, sometimes you could hear my dad screaming. When there's 15,000 people screaming, you can hear my dad's voice. I mean, really embarrassing. He had a booming voice, bless him. My mum's still alive, 95, massive supporter of everything I do still. But yes, I was very lucky, and I think it can carry. I bet you find the vast majority of elite sportsmen, whether Olympians or whatever their status, their parents will have been a massive factor 99% of the time.
Right. Well, there's something here to learn for all of us, especially in India, where parents should lend more support for their children to take on sport. It is a sporting revolution that we're experiencing. Now, once again, let me remind you of Scan and Win. Here are your final few minutes and your chance to participate and, of course, win prizes, where you've got the Tata Mumbai Marathon merchandise, along with a 2-night stay at the Trident Mumbai on the Nariman Point. And here are your questions. The Tata Mumbai Marathon is held during which month of the year? Is it September, October, December, or Jan? The second question is, what is the ethos of the Tata Mumbai Marathon? Is it Har Dil Mumbai? Is it Har Mumbai Dil? Is it Har Mumbai? Or is it Har Mumbai? And the third question is, which edition of the Tata Mumbai Marathon are we experiencing in 2026? This is the 20th, 21st, 22nd, or 23rd. If you know the answers, scan the QR code and just join our WhatsApp chat. And the last 5, the final 5, the lucky 5 winners will win a chance to get those 2-night stay at the Trident Mumbai. We'll take a short break here. On the other side, we've got all the results and plenty more coming your way.
There's a heartbeat that echoes through the city. Millions of hearts beating as one. This heartbeat changed millions of lives and turned them into a revolution of courage, of hope, of belief. Whether you run to push your limits or come together to change a life, every step you take is a story waiting to be told. And when the gun fires, it sets motion to new beginnings, dreams being fulfilled. From the start line at CSMT to the corners of the country, a new dawn arrives and every heart beats Mumbai. There's a heartbeat that echoes through the city. Millions of hearts beating as one. This heartbeat changed millions of lives and turned them into a revolution of courage, of hope, of belief. Whether you run to push your limits or come together to change a life, every step you take is a story waiting to be told. And when the gun fires, it sets motion to new beginnings, dreams being fulfilled. From the start line at CSMT to the corners of the country, a new dawn arrives and every heart beats Mumbai.
I've been associated with the Tata Mumbai Marathon for many, many years. And what can I say? The Tata Mumbai Marathon has been one of the greatest platforms for NGOs like us. We see hundreds of NGOs coming together on that particular day. This is one of the most amazing gathering of the people of Mumbai. Tata Mumbai Marathon gives them that platform to really come out in all their splendor and show the world who they are and what they're doing. Today, more than 5.
Welcome back to the Tata Mumbai Marathon. It has been a morning to remember. The 21st edition has promised to the billing. But now, joining us here in the studio is a man, and just think about it for a second. He's a 7-time Olympic medalist. He's one of the fastest men in the world in 100 meters and 200 meters. And if that wasn't enough, he's just received the Order of Canada for inspiring Canadians to come to the field of athletics. It's Andre de Grasse. Hello and welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
It is our pleasure. It is our absolute pleasure. But first of all, what motivated you to become our international event ambassador of the Tata Mumbai Marathon, and what is your first impression of it?
Yeah, I've always heard great things about it, and I've never been to India before, so when I had the opportunity to be approached to come here, I couldn't turn it down. I heard a lot of great things. A lot of athletes have been here. Actually, one of my competitors, Kenny, actually just came to another marathon in Kolkata a month before, so I heard a lot of great things, and I was like, okay, I need to be here to experience it. So I'm happy to be here. It's been a wonderful morning. Actually, this is my first time like being so close to it on stage, seeing all the runners start off, and then of course doing the ribbon for the people coming in to win the race. So it's been great. I mean, I'm just having fun. I'm enjoying it, and it's a once in a lifetime experience for me.
Are you saying it's making you hungry to get in there and run a little 10K or a half marathon? You're getting the.
Yeah, I think in the future, when I'm done and I'm retired, I could see myself, starting off baby steps, maybe a 5K, 10K, but yeah, full marathon, 42 and a half kilometers. I got to train for that. I got to
tick that box.
Yeah, but that might be a goal. I could see myself. I'm getting inspired today, and I'm seeing a lot of not even just athletes, just people coming out and experiencing it, and they're doing it for the first time. And I said, okay, I'll try it, but I won't put no pressure on myself trying to run, run a world record or anything.
No, absolutely right.
But you know what? We're not taking easy on them. As if that was not inspiring enough that they've just run a full marathon as well as a half marathon. Some of the people who are running half marathons, yeah. We thought it'd put a little more pressure on them. Breaking carbs coming your way. Banafsha, what have you got for us?
Calling upon our fantastic racers. Hello.
Hi.
Hi guys, I'm Banafsha. Tell me your names real quick.
Oh, Jagdish Jangir from Jaipur. Vijay Balian, Muzaffarnagar. Rakesh Saran, New Delhi.
Ajay Kandari, Dehradun.
Okay, lovely to meet you guys. Did you guys have a good race?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Are you ready for your challenge?
Yes.
Okay, so your challenge is the burpee burnout, okay? You all know what burpees is? Show me one burpee quickly. Okay, yes, very good. So I'm going to have a timer, and I'm going to time you for 1 minute. The person that does the highest number of clean, complete burpees in this 1 minute wins the challenge. Okay, are we ready?
Yes. Okay, all right.
Okay, awesome. Okay, and your time starts now. Very nice. Keep it going, keep it going. Looks like our runners still have some fuel left in the tank after all. Okay, and your time stops now.
Finish their marathon, please come closer to the stage.
And the winner is Ajay. Congratulations, Ajay. Please come here. Ajay, how does it feel to run and then also win this challenge?
Nice.
Nice. That's it. That's it. That's all your feelings?
Yes, nice.
Okay, a man of few words, but I'm sure he feels great. Let's give him his prize. Ajay, this is your prize. Congratulations. And you all did very well.
Thank you.
Very good, very good, very good. Fantastic. Keep running, guys. Thank you.
Nice. That's the word of the day, I'll tell you that. It's because the man just finished his race. Then he's done 1 minute. 1 minute of burpees. That's a lot of burpees. 30 seconds is the apt time, I'm guessing, but 1 minute. He's still got enough fuel left in him. But, you said that it's your first time that you're coming to our country. Has my country treated you well so far?
Oh, yeah. They've treated me with great hospitality. It's been amazing. Amazing 3-4 days. I've been going, and I've been enjoying every second of it. So I'm loving it. The people here are very friendly. You know, they've been taking me around to see the city. Got to see the Gateway of India. Of course, Marine Drive was beautiful. So I'm just looking forward to being here next time where I can experience more of the culture. So definitely.
Have you, I mean, just before we came on air, I asked you if you'd done any training here and you said no. So has this been like a 3 or 4 day break from training for you? Because your normal training routine is pretty tough. It's several hours a day.
Yeah.
Have you sort of worked up to this and really welcomed these 3 or 4 days break from the physical training?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a good little mental break, if you can say that. But, you know, the lucky thing is it's early in the season. It's only January, so it's not like in prime season. So I'll have some catching up to do a little bit. But I'm sure my coaches, you know, will be ready to put me to the test. He's going to probably put me back to work once I get back on Monday. So I'll definitely have to, you know, make sure I get back, hydrate, stretch, and be ready to go.
Well, you know, something that we've shown on our broadcast here, of course, you've just witnessed the running community. You've seen the pro athletes, you're an elite athlete yourself. But it's inspirational to see how people from ordinary lives come and take on the sport of running and transform themselves. And we'd love to show you one such story because we're calling them our running heroes. This is Ranjani Tharu, who took on to the sport of running after her pregnancy. And this is how she took into the sport.
It was in 2023 when she first, came to me and she said, I'm running Tata Marathon. And I asked her, why you want to run? What is the motivation? She said, even though she exercised daily, but when she ran first time on the treadmill, she felt that she is lacking stamina. So she told me that she wanted to build stamina. That's why she wanted to run. So I said, you go ahead. So she ran first time in 2023. In 2024, when the registration came for Tata Marathon, she asked me, Rohit, would you like to now participate? I said, okay, let's go ahead. And that point in time, I realized that running is not an easy task. So if you really want to run, you need to practice. You need to build that stamina. You need to be consistent. And I think that taught me a lot of things, my first run. Finding time, waking up every day, it's a challenge. But what we felt now from few years that's something which recharges you, that's give you energy, motivation, and now it's just a part of life.
Very inspiring for all those women who are watching, because after pregnancy, her body goes through a lot, and she looked at herself in the mirror and her body just felt unfamiliar, and she decided to do something about it. But this is the beauty about the fact that when a woman decides to do something, she takes her entire family along, and she gets her husband with her. Coming back, we've got our international event ambassador here in the studio with us. Now, you've witnessed the running community of India. What have you made of it?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's very inspiring to see everyone come together, the city of Mumbai, all across India. I got to meet so much people here that are like, they're literally trying to do a cause for something. Like there's always some cause of like a charity, and it's just it's incredible to see. Everyone's trying to raise the bar high, do something special for the city of Mumbai, of even India, and it's like. It's incredible. I never knew that there was actually this many people competing, over like 70,000 people. So, that doesn't happen back home for me. So,
Andre, speaking of doing something for other people, you grew up with humble beginnings. Your mum from Trinidad and Tobago grew up in Toronto, born in Toronto and grew up in Toronto. You've got your own charitable foundation. Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I started that back in 2018. So, I mean, I wanted to inspire and empower kids through sport and education, especially for underprivileged kids. So that was always a goal of mine. I've had so much support in my career, and even like coming into my career as a teenager. And yeah, I wanted to just try to pay it forward and be able to do that same thing. It's been so special to be able to change lives. It brings me joy. It gives me purpose outside of the sport. And yeah, I just see so many great kids and great athletes, great talents to be able to, put that to the test. And now they're over here doing some wonderful things, going off to college, going off to university, becoming an Olympian, running their best times ever. So yeah, I wanted to just continue to keep doing that. And I'm so grateful to be able to do that. We've been doing that for the last 4 or 5 years now. And we want to just continue to keep doing that great work, myself and my team.
Andre, the Tata Mumbai Marathon also carries that kind of ethos, because if you take a look at what we've got in store here at the Tata Mumbai Marathon, it's not just our runners, but it is also very carefully inculcating values and the society that it benefits at large. You've got initiatives from the environment, you've got initiatives for people who are underprivileged, you've got initiatives for people who are handicapped, all of it. But this one's rather special. Here is Tata Mumbai Marathon taking care of the environment, because now it's no longer just an option. Take a look.
The Tata Mumbai Marathon this year made a commitment towards the environment, towards an outcome that not just contributes to climate change mitigation, but ensures farmers a sustained livelihood. Participants of TMM became evergreeners by upgrading to a TMM Green Web and contributing to trees in the TMM Agroforest initiative. Each contribution of 635 rupees will nurture a tree for 3 years.
The Tata Mumbai Marathon has been a social sporting revolution.
We took a pledge how the sport has the power to enable farmers basically for a sustained livelihood.
A big shout out to all the participants of Tata Mumbai Marathon who made this possible.
You know, think about it. With the mass participation that you have at the Tata Mumbai Marathon, where you've got more than 70,000 people participating, imagine the carbon footprint. And especially in a city like Mumbai, which is already so populated, so it was rather imperative. But that's the beauty about the Tata Mumbai Marathon, that it's taken care of sustainability and the environmental changes that are happening from the very beginning. Are other races around the world doing the same, Andre?
Yeah, I believe so. Now, when I go to a track meet now, they're always giving us water bottles. They're saying fill it up at the hotel. They have the filters outside the hotel rooms. When you go to the track, they have it where you can fill up stations where you can do that. So I think that's kind of the new thing that's going on. Even at the Olympics, I was at in Paris, the last Olympics in Paris. They did the same thing, Japan and Tokyo. So I think the last 5-6 years, I've noticed it more and more as I've competed. So I think that's pretty special. I mean, I've kind of adapted that same type of mindset where now I walk around with my water, my bottle of water. I mean, not plastic, but just the cap of it. And yeah, I've been doing that now. I think it's also easy for me to just track my hydration, how much I'm drinking. So I think that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, well, plenty of causes, of course, and we will keep talking about it. Remember, in this particular edition of the Tata Mumbai Marathon, through 305 NGOs, we've raised more than 50 crores and a total of 500 plus crores over the 2 decades. That has been the way the NGOs have come together here at the Tata Mumbai Marathon. Along with that, here's another story for you, another running hero. This is Bunty Singhal. Bunty Singhal, of course, he comes from a corporate setting, established his professional credentials, but talking about sedentary lifestyle that comes with corporate, he decided to do something about it. And he raced, of course, at the TMM 10K, and he's here again. He's improved his timeline from 94 minutes to under 18 minutes. And a corporate professional, an absolute corporate professional, but gets that professionalism in the sport of running as well. And he's doing it with a flat foot condition. Most people use that as an excuse not to run, but Bunty has used it as motivation to prove obstacles can be overcome. Running as a remedy for sedentary corporate lifestyle. We see this so often. People succeeding professionally but declining physically. And it is important that other corporate professionals also get inspired just to how Bunty has embodied the sport of running, truly becoming an inspiration for everybody who's wanting to balance a bit of corporate lifestyle as well as the physical health. So Bunty there, good job, kudos to you. He's here at the TMM participating in the 10K. Now that is rather interesting, is because we were talking about how running has become a way for ordinary people to now lead an extraordinary life because they're doing something extraordinary with the sport of running. What is some of the most inspirational stories that you've come across when it comes to the sport?
Oh, wow, you put me on the spot here. I think for me, personally, I mean, I've seen so many people, I guess for kids as well, whether they're disability and they're able to run, they're fighting cancer, and they go out and run. I think those are kind of the stories that kind of stick out to me. I do a lot of work back home as well with sick kids, and some of the things that they do, and one of the things that they try to accomplish is like just trying to just walk down the hallway, right? So I'm never like I've noticed that, and anytime I go back home and I'm doing that stuff, and then like I bump into a kid, it's like they've gotten better, they're getting better, so it's like it's working, right? So that's always what inspires me when I see kids being able to like challenge themselves and do that. And that's really a success story to me.
You've been an inspiration yourself, Andre. I mean, in 2016, you almost beat Usain Bolt in the Rio Olympics. You ran up alongside him. You were staring at each other through the rounds. And then in 2017, 2018, the following 2 years, you had really bad hamstring injuries. How did you cope with those mentally? And of course, there'd be a lot of people watching, whether they've got flat feet or other injuries. How did you cope for 2 years with injuries that stopped you being who you wanted to be?
Yeah, I mean, I just really depended on my support system. That was kind of one of the things that I had to do. Like I had to stay resilient. I had to not trust the process, pushing, and eventually I was able to get back on the podium in 2019 in Doha and win 2 medals. So I was super grateful, super happy, super excited that, oh wow, like it's finally coming together. It's finally clicking.
Andre, you make it sound easy, but I'm sure it is not. It is definitely not that kind of grit, that kind of mental toughness. All right, we got another dignitary, another support system joining us here in our show, in our broadcast. It's the IDFC First Bank Studio First interview. It's Dr. Gyanchandani from the HN Reliance Hospital.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
I'm joined by Dr. Tarang Gyanchandani. Doctor, at the Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital, the credo is respect for life. How is Tata Mumbai Marathon a metaphor for that?
So, as you rightly said, our key value of delivery of healthcare, as given to us by our chairperson, Srimati Nita Ambani, is respect for life. And I think Tata Marathon is a global initiative to ensure that every life, every dream, every hope that takes us to the path of fitness and well-being is given the respect, and that's what you stand for. It's not only a marathon, it's not only a run. I think it's a drive for resilience, commitment to well-being and fitness. And at Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital, we are very happy to be the medical partner for this event for the first time, and we have also put in our best efforts to ensure that all the people of Mumbai and people who have come to this marathon get that fun in this run, which they are doing to make sure that the whole world comes together and sees that how important is fitness and wellness. And we are always at the back end with our rapid response teams, with our full infrastructure to support them, to make them complete this run, and also make sure that every dream comes true, and also to make sure that people inspire others to run. So to me, this is respect for life truly in action. Thank you.
It is a way to live the life. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, and wishing everybody loads of wellness and loads of fitness in this very new year, and I hope to see you again at the next marathon.
We hope to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So everybody wins.
It's incredible to see that kind of support here at the Tata Mumbai Marathon, but we're taking you a few days back from race day. This is the Tata Mumbai Marathon Expo. And what's the beauty about the Expo? You get every single entity together, and more importantly, it is about the participants meeting each other for the very first time. There's nervousness in the air, there's a bit of energy, and they interact with each other and find themselves in a community that they belong to. And of course, there are a few challenges also that was induced on them just to check their fitness, and there was a certain strength in the community. But more importantly, just when you get the bibs, that's when you realize that you're in for something big. The Tata Mumbai Marathon, you're racing for those 42.195 kilometers as a community, and that community came together here. It's Har Dil Mumbai for a reason, which stands for every heart beats for Mumbai. What are expo days like for you?
That was an amazing experience. That was my first, expo ever. So I always, they have those as well in America and Canada as well, but I've never actually experienced one. So this was the first time. Got a chance to go around the different brands and, talk to them about it. And of course, there was a lot of fans there getting their bibs. So I took a couple pictures, did a little Q&A on stage. So that was a good experience. I had a lot of fun. Got to, send a message to all the runners that were competing today, just to tell them good luck and have fun and remember all your hard work. So gave a little advice there. But yeah, I had fun. Even like I saw the challenges. I did a couple of the challenges, the pull-ups. There was another challenge with the battery where you had to try to focus and like not hit the wire. So I had a little fun. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Definitely a great experience, and I got a couple gifts as well to take back home. So I'm looking forward to trying that when I get back.
I love the fact that we've got you on tape saying you are going to run a marathon when you finish your sprint career. Everybody's seen it now. So you will go to an expo next time as a runner. You'll just be another runner. You'll be another participant.
Yeah, that'll be.
You put your foot in now.
Yeah.
You can start with a 10K and then build up.
Yes. Eventually, I wouldn't say this would be in the next decade, but give me another decade or so, and then of course I'll do it for a good cause, a charity, and we'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. I don't know how far I'll do it. Maybe I'll start locally, and maybe I'll do it in my city or New York or somewhere local, and then maybe I come international.
I know the organizer of the Toronto Marathon. I can get you an entry, no trouble at all. Alan's a good friend.
Oh yeah. I love that.
But you spoke about a message that you sent. What was your message to the amateur runners?
Yeah, no, I just told them to go up there and have fun. Enjoy it. Everyone is cheering you on, as they saw. You should have saw them today. I was on stage. We were all on stage, and I was like, they almost forgot that they were running a marathon because they just came out and pulled out their phones and wanted to take pictures. And then, the organizer had to say, all right, come on, guys, come on. You guys got to start. You guys got to keep going. You got a long way to go. But no, it was fun. I enjoyed it, like I said, and they were having fun out there. That's the important part. I always tell them go out there and have fun and enjoy it. And at least they were there with people that their team, their family, and they were out there, having a good time, and that's all that really matters, just because that's the important part. We want to promote health and fitness, and we want to just go out there and show our livelihood and show the joy of the sport.
I tell you what. If there's something that we've had this entire morning, it is fun. Fun has to be the underlying factor of this incredible 21st edition of the Tata Mumbai Marathon. Here's another dignitary joining us in the IDFC First Bank Studio First interview is Lieutenant General Kubata.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
I'm accompanied by Lieutenant General D.S. Kushwa. Now, Army Sports Institute has produced many world-class athletes. How do you reckon, in your perspective, an event like Tata Mumbai Marathon helps Indian runners shine globally?
Yeah, so I must say that events of this nature, firstly, I must say that Mumbai is at its best today with this Tata Marathon, and really want to compliment all the organizers of the event. It's a wonderful event which has brought the whole global community to Mumbai. And as far as marathon and sports go, they go very, very deeply. They connect with the army virtues of physical fitness, perseverance, the power of mind over body, and therefore it goes naturally to the army way of life as far as sports is concerned. ASI, the Army Sports Institute that you mentioned, is one of our center of excellence which has produced phenomenal amount of medalists with the Asian Games, the various championships, and even in the marathon, through the Mumbai Marathon, we have had a number of athletes. In fact, you'll be happy to know that it's the Army athletes who have been winning all elite runs till now. All the 20 elite runs thus far have been won by the Army people. So it's from here that they get a platform. They have risen from here. They have gone as far as Olympics from here. So that's the way we look at these events, and wonderful to be here.
Yeah, and long may it continue. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's great speaking to you.
That was Lieutenant General D.S. Kushwaha for you. Of course, very inspiring words out there. But, Andre, before we let you go, you've been on the Olympic stage so many times, won 7 Olympic medals. But how important is a mass participation like we've just seen at the Tata Mumbai Marathon important to inspire the future generation?
No, it's like you said, it's very important. Every year we come out here and we do marathons across the world, and everyone is, like I said, everyone's coming here for a different cause and raising money for a different charity. And I think that's what it's all about. I mean, it's about community, it's about everyone coming together and just experiencing it. And I'm so happy I got a chance to experience it for the first time. I feel blessed, I feel grateful to be here. And it's like really just brought me inspiration. It's really empowered me, you know, like you said, maybe one day I'm gonna go out there and run a marathon. So it's a lot different.
You are, you definitely are.
It's a lot different than a sprint, you know, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, but it still, you know, it still takes some hard work. It still takes a lot of training. And, you know, just seeing all the runners out here, and like I said, it's been a whirlwind. It's been fun. It's been, you know, there's no words to describe it, to be honest. Like, it's just a magnificent sight to see. So I'm just really happy. I'm excited. And like I said, it's really a truly inspiration, and it's provided me the opportunity to be here today. And I'm looking forward to just, you know, experiencing more marathons.
I'm so glad my country's been able to do that for you. And now you're running a marathon because we're going to hold you for your words. You said it on live broadcast. Thank you so much, Andre. Thanks a lot for joining us, our international event ambassador. What energy. Thank you so much. Now, very quickly, I'm going to reveal the answers of the quiz, the Scan and Win quiz, because that's all the time you had to participate. The answer is the Tata Mumbai Marathon is held during which month of the year? Well, it is January. The second answer is, of course, what is the ethos of the Tata Mumbai Marathon 2026? It's Har Dil Mumbai. Every heart beats for Mumbai. And which edition of the Tata Mumbai Marathon is held in 2026 is the 21st edition, 2 decades and more down. Well, we'll take a short break here. On the other side, we will reveal our top 5 winners. You stay tuned.
काफी बड़ा परिवार है मेरा, यही संसार है मेरा। हर दिन मेरी कोशिश है इसे हरा भरा रखने की, कुछ कोशिश घर को मजबूत बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश घर को जीता जागता बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश बड़ों की सेवा की, कुछ कोशिश छोटों को बड़ा बनाने की, कुछ कोशिश नई दिशाएं दिखाने की, कुछ कोशिश उत्साह जगाने की। देश नाम है मेरे संसार का, इंडिया नाम है मेरे परिवार का, टाटा कोशिश जिम्मेदारी निभाने की।
मैं आप तीनों के लिए कैटेगरी लाया हूं बॉलीवुड। जवाब पहचानिए, बजर दबाइए, स्टार्ट। संदीपा,
कहो ना प्यार है।
बिल्कुल सही गेस किया।
ये आपके लिए मेरा सवाल।
कहो ना प्यार है।
हाँ बताओ।
किसके लिए?
मेरे लिए ऑब्वियसली, अगर मैं पूछ रही हूँ।
तो मैं घर में क्या जवाब दूंगा?
Wheel of Fortune 27 जनवरी से सोमवार से शुक्रवार रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
Point after point.
It's tough.
Rally after rally.
What a fight back.
Match after match.
Extraordinary.
With every setback.
Another seed falls.
And every comeback.
Amazing scenes.
A new greatness is born.
To beat the best, you have to beat the best. And that is what we and everyone have come to witness.
It's their time.
Australian Open, where greatness begins.
Tomorrow, 5:30 a.m. Only on the Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Europa League. Fenerbahce versus Aston Villa. Thursday, 22nd January, 11:15 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Damro Cup, Sri Lanka versus England series. Starts Thursday, 22nd January, 2:30 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Hockey India League live on Sony Sports 10.1 and Sony Sports 10.3 Hindi.
UEFA Champions League, Galatasaray versus Atletico de Madrid. Wednesday, 21st January, 11:15 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Well, Mumbai definitely knows how to put on a show. The Tata Mumbai Marathon, the 21st edition, has lived up to its billing. And you know, it's the business center of the race when you've got Vigby Singh joining you in the studio as the joint managing director of Procam International. Hello there, good morning.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
It is our pleasure, actually, because every time you come in, we know that the race has been wonderful. The smile on your face tells us a lot about the way conglomerates and corporates have come together. But first of all, what did you make of it?
You know, I think Mumbai and India did us all proud. The marathon is not just an event, right? You need 17 different agencies to work together, to come together in perfect harmony. You need the city authorities, you need the police, you need the corporation, you need the government of Maharashtra, you need the railways, you need the metro. If one of these partners don't go together, it's not a marathon. And I think kudos to the city of Mumbai, kudos to India. It's been a big and proud day for all of us. No question about it.
It has been a huge day. And, you know, the fact that technology has come so far, that we did see 65,424 participants on the road. We also were joined by more than 4,000 people virtually, but also people who joined our broadcast and who answered the questions that we asked you in a scan and win quiz. Here are the winners. And we had more than 10,000 entries for the scan and win quiz. And here are our winners who not only win TMM merchandise, but also a 2-night stay at the Trident Mumbai at the Nariman Point. And a huge congratulations to Muskan Oberoi from Mumbai. We also have Mr. Fernandez, Saurav, Gaurav, as well as Henna. Everybody's from Mumbai. We've got one from Siliguri out there. So that's great participation. We've seen participation from all around of India, but these are the top 5 who win the prizes from the TMM merchandise, as well as a 2-night stay at Trident. So don't forget about that. But we were talking about mass participation on the road. We've also seen what we've done virtually. How proud are you of what you've been able to achieve over 2 decades? Because what we've seen is the participation rise by 236%.
Absolutely.
You name a stock, you got my money, that gives you that kind of return.
Well said. Yeah, exactly what you're saying. You know, it's not just our pride, it's the pride of the entire country and everyone involved. This time we had a new route. And that's a big thing. When you change a marathon route substantially, it's a massive thing. But the way the authorities came forward and supported us, incredible. The Mumbai police, God bless the Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai. Because it's about what you said, pride. They all want this day to showcase the best of what India can be, the best of what Mumbai can be, the best of what human society can be. And that's a very powerful statement, because if we can do it on one day, we can do it on many, many more days.
And you must be so proud of the way the city has looked as well today. I mean, this was early this morning. We're looking at, say, it's empty. But while we see these incredible shots of Mumbai, and it's a city that I've really fallen in love with now. I've been here 21 times out of the 21 marathons, Vivek. Tell us about the Procam Slam, and has today been another good day for that?
So the Procam Slam is to get people excited about continuing their training. This is participative sport, right? Nobody's bought a ticket and come to the start line. They put in 4, 5, 6 months of blood, sweat and tears. Now what happens after January 18, 2026? They have something to look forward to. April in Bangalore, the TCS World 10K. October in Delhi, the Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon. And Calcutta in December, when you have the Tata Steel World 25K. So this keeps people motivated, keeps their spirits high, keeps them engaged with their training program, with their nutrition program. There's no point just doing it for one day in the year. And we are seeing people take and adopt that attitude. They say, hey, we can't just say, okay, the Mumbai Marathon's over, we're going to take it easy. No, they're going to keep engaged with their training program, engaged with their diet, engaged with their regular exercise. And then look what happens in society. You have a transformed society. You have a real fit India that the Prime Minister has always spoken about. You have a fit India movement that is manifested on the roads of each and every city in India.
And that's the Procam Slam. A runner needs to complete the feature race at each of the 4 consecutive Procam events in a calendar year. Participants complete the race within this defined finish time cut off in the TCS World 10K Bengaluru, the Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon, the Tata Steel World 25K Kolkata, and the Tata Mumbai Marathon. These are the races that we're looking forward to. Total entries, of course, in 2025 was incredible. Now let's take a look at the results from the amateur marathon results. Remember, this one kicked off at 5 a.m. and you had a certain Prathamesh who's clocked in 2 hours 27:34, not bad at all. Manoj RS has clocked in a 2:30:28 and Sivananthan S has clocked in a 2:30:48. These are top 3 for men. From women, we've got Gargi Sharma 3:03:46, Abhilasha Bhagat 3:07:54 and Saraswati Rai 3:12:10.
And there's the times. I mean, that time, 2:27 in the marathon, brilliant running for the amateurs. And in the half marathon, look at that, Gaurav Amateur, 67 minutes. That is motoring. Ramesh Gavali, 71 minutes 32, and Tanmay Power 72 minutes 27. And the women, Arinu, 78 minutes 02 ahead of Priyanka and Ekta. Those are really good times.
Indeed. Now, Open 10K results. You've got Pranav, you've got Prem, you've got Taroish, and from women, you've got Sadhna, Aditi, and Baladasha, our podium finishers. It's incredible. It is really incredible in terms of the participation that Tata Mumbai Marathon has seen, but more importantly, our running hero stories that we've covered. These are the stories that we live for, because at the end of the day, it is all about the story that Tata Mumbai Marathon and all these marathons have been able to narrate and inspire generations to come.
You're right. Every person, every finisher has a story. Because 99% of the field are amateur finishers. They've got a day job. They've got issues back home. And yet to take the time out for themselves to train, I tell you, it's really that discipline which helps you in life. And I think Eliud Kipchoge put it best when he said, only the disciplined ones are free. So, absolutely. I mean, you see the Open 10K timings, you see the half marathon amateur timings, the full marathon amateur timings. That's when you know the culture of the city is changing.
Vivek, something changes every year for this race. Usually it's growth and brilliant numbers running. New course this year, bigger numbers than ever before, substantial increase in numbers. What can we look forward to next year here in Mumbai? Have you got plans?
It's called the possible dream. When one day the full marathon numbers will overtake the half marathon, 10K and everything put together. And I think that day is not very far. We are 13,700 almost in the full marathon, 14,000 plus in the half marathon. I remember the days when Anil and me started, we had 700 people in the full marathon.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's not just the numbers, okay? India is known for numbers. India has numbers. See the quality of the field. You have senior IPS officers, senior IAS officers running, senior IRS officers running. You have the services, people who are bogged down with work, people who have 80-hour weeks, coming out, running, setting times. Right now, the additional Chief Secretary, Home Government of Maharashtra finished his 21st half marathon. He has not missed a single edition of the Tata Mumbai Marathon. So it is these kind of stories that inspire us, because they're saying that if we can, you have no excuse.
Indeed. one of the busiest families of Mumbai. You've got Amir Khan and family who came out to run the Dream Run as well. Yeah, Umar Abdullah, the examples are many. But very quickly, let me give you a glimpse of the prize distribution for the international elite men, international elite women, the Indian elite men, as well as the Indian elite women. Let's take a look at the elite women first. The podium finishers, you've got the names out there. And it's Yeshi from the international elite women who takes on that first prize. Take me through it, Tim.
Yeah, Eshi winning there in 2 hours, 25 minutes and 13 seconds, less than a minute off the event record. It was perhaps the performance of the day because there was a big gap behind her. She won by over 2 minutes, the Ethiopian 28-year-old. Brilliant run from her, only about 4 minutes off her lifetime best. And that was a very deserved winner's medal there. $50,000 for her as well on that check. That is serious coin. It really is fantastic. And Jeshi Kalayu Chekole, her whole career takes a step forward with this, the biggest win of her life. And in second place there, Gebremedin, Elena Gebremedin, and Tegai Ayayu Enyu in third place there. The times, the first three rather nicely there, fitting inside 2 hours 30 minutes on the rostrum with Debele Biene just outside 2:30.
Yeah, we didn't see any records being broken here, but it was incredible. Incredible also just the way our Indians performed. You had a Sanjeevi Jadhav out there who took on the field, takes back home the gold. And then you also have Thakur, who was eyeing a hat-trick, wasn't possible, but comes second.
Yes, Thakur, the defending champion, putting up a real battle there over the last kilometre to just be beaten by Sanjeevani Yadav. Her time 2:49.02. And again, the first three inside 2:50. A nice symmetry to that. There's confirmation of those times with Nurma Ben Thakur, last year's winner, having settled for the silver medal this time, and Sanam 2:49.24 in third.
Well, the hat-trick record still stays with Lalita Babar. It was Nirma Ben who was gunning for it, but I guess not this morning. Now, Vivek, just a quick question on the NGOs who came to sort of support the Tata Mumbai Marathon. I heard 305 NGOs. You raised more than 50 crores this year.
Already.
Already.
2 weeks more to go.
Oh, wow. And a total of 500 plus crores?
534 crores raised for charity. And it's done in the most amazing democratic way. People are running for a cause that they want. You can run for any of the causes that are listed here. And you contribute, you raise it, that money is recorded. So look at what we've done. We've actually given people the ability to fish. And they keep coming back because they're learning more and more as to how they can use and leverage the platform, the high net worth individuals, the corporates, the regular citizens, how they can engage with them. So what are you doing? You're building empathy in society. And the more empathetic your society gets, that much more progress, that much more success you can expect.
You know how I see the Tata Mumbai Marathon, or for that matter, the number of marathons that I've done with Procam now, I see it like a tree. And there are various branches, and each branch is having a fruit of its own. That's exactly what the Tata Mumbai Marathon year also showcases, with 305 NGOs come together and name a cause, and there you have it.
Yes, absolutely. And it's not just about people running for a cause. That's just one subset. They're reaching out to their families and friends saying, so what if you're not running? Contribute to my run. People are contributing money for every kilometer accomplished. It's building that empathy. It's building that network of care. And that's what's happening today. We took out this time, Procam took out 14,000 bibs from the system and placed it with charity. Each bib is going for 10, 20 times its face value. People are seeing that their run, their reach out can make a difference in society. And that's very powerful, because then you're unleashing a tsunami of goodness, a tsunami of philanthropy, a tsunami of engagement with society. And social harmony comes from engagement. If you disengage with society, you cannot have social harmony. The moment you engage with society, and that's what His Holiness Pujya Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar said today. He says this is what makes society healthier. Events like this. He said that on record today. He said it makes people healthier, not just from a physical standpoint, but from a social and mental standpoint. And that's what you want. You want to live in a healthy society. You want your children growing up in a healthy society. And marathons and events like the Tata Mumbai Marathon are a catalyst to get you there, to get you to that healthy society.
Well, we saw a lot of fun and frolic from the senior citizens as well, and that's the energy that we're trying to imbibe. All right, very quickly, let me show you the podium finishers from the international elite men as well. Remember, a certain Agate out there who finishes first. Here's everything to watch out for.
Well, this was Tadu Abate Deme of Ethiopia coming to the line. It was a truly dominant run from him in the latter stages. He had a fierce battle with Leonard Langat of Kenya, who had to settle for second place. His winning time, 2:09.55, separated from the other two on the rostrum by the 2:10 barrier. Third place went to a 40-year-old Eritrean, a most astonishing run, 2 hours 10:19 for Mahawi Kazete Waldemariam to the right there, the smallest of the three, but my word, did he run strongly. And $50,000, $25,000 for second place.
Quite a race that was. You had Abate who finished 2:09.55, just outside the course record. You had Leonard Lunga. Now remember, he finished 2:10, but it was quite a finish between these two gentlemen, locking horns, and it got intense. And you had Kasere with 2:10.22.
And Victor Kaplangat there in fifth place, former world champion and the reigning Commonwealth champion. The Ugandan there finishing in fifth, just outside 2:11. And that underlines the calibre of the racing here today on a warm morning, which was not ideal for marathon running. It was still a fabulous contest.
That's the international elite men results for you. Taking a look at the Indian elite men. And this was quite the surprise. The first timer there in Karthik. Well, what a man, the man to watch out for. He is the new kid on the block. People weren't talking about him, but he's become the talk of the town.
He absolutely has, yeah. He turned back the challenge of the defending champion Anish Thapa, and Pradeep Singh Chowdhury had to settle for second place. But Karthik Kakara, well, he's an orthopedic surgeon, and he ran himself into the record books today with an astonishing win inside 2:20. His personal best before today was 2:20 exactly to the second. And a man from Maharashtra coming home today in 2 hours 19.55. A personal best by 5 seconds, but far more importantly, a massive win.
Anish Thapa there, the defending champion, clocked in 2:20.08. Couldn't repeat the feat out there. And Pradeep Chaudhary, you had 2:20.49. Well, those are our results from the Indian elite men. It was challenging. In the end, you could see that there was a bit of struggle from Anish, but Karthik truly dominated. He was having a bit of a hamstring problem, but he continued with the race. Now, talking about challenges, Vivek, we've heard about how everyone's come together. We've spoken about how societal impact has been able to be maintained from the Tata Mumbai Marathon. But what has been the biggest challenge for you over the last 2 decades?
Last 2 decades? Mm-hmm. I think belief. Belief doesn't come easily. And you have to perform repeatedly till belief actually comes forward in people. And today we saw that belief come forward. People believing in the larger cause, the larger impact of the marathon. They're believing in the socio-economic health impact of the marathon. They're believing in the pride and prestige, the communal aspect. These things take time to settle in. And when you do things again and again and again, then it reinforces that belief. And once that belief is established, it's just beautiful. So the challenges over the 2 decades, if you had to ask me, was to getting people to believe that in a country that never ran, millions would be running. 30-40% of those millions would be women who've never come out of their house. Running could transcend boundaries like nothing else can, whether it's age, whether it's gender, whether it's the economic divide. Running transcends every boundary. It's like the thread that puts all the pearls together to create a necklace. And that is the real power of running. If we embrace as a country movement, walking, running, we are going to be a better society.
And the belief gets strengthened also because when you've got dignitaries who've got a pedestal, a platform, and they lend their voice for a cause like this. We've got another dignitary joining us here at the IDFC First Bank Studio First interview. It is the wife of the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Amrita Fadnavis.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
I'm joined by Srimati Amruta Fadnavis. Ma'am, the Tata Mumbai Marathon has seen a big rise in women's participation. How do you reckon that has helped shape the socio-cultural shift in India?
First of all, I would like to congratulate Tata Mumbai Marathon for its glorious 21 years. Across these years, I think so women's participation has grown substantially. In fact, this year, 40% participation is by women, and since years it's been growing. So I think so through this marathon, we have showcased how women are coming forward in our city, in our state, to participate, to compete equally with men. This becomes later relevant. Today a woman comes out, a young woman or a 60-year plus woman, different brackets, they come out for their health, for their well-being, to participate, which showcases a spirit that they want to be in the flow. Similarly, they replicate the same in real life, in their professional lives, wherein they start competing and they come into the economic flow. So I think so one thing cascades to the other. I think so this is a great beginning for women, for their health, for mental, physical well-being, and also to be competitive in their own lives and resilient in their own lives so that they can finish through the lines.
Yeah, and they continue to keep inspiring us just like you do. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
It's incredible how the women participation has just been accelerating over the year. And remember, some of the running heroes that we've seen, when a woman decides to take on a sport or makes a transformation, she decides to make that transformation not just for herself, but for her entire family. And we've seen how our running heroes have been able to do that. There are so many rewarding moments that the Tata Mumbai Marathon has. What's your favorite?
Having Gurudev Shri on the stage with us, people going crazy in the audience, his smile, his blessings, having Government of Maharashtra with us, having the armed forces with us, so many of our winners in the Indian men's category. We have to be grateful to the Indian Army. Their Army Sports Institute is absolutely top of the line. The Indian Navy, their support has been there right from the beginning. The railways, they're not talked about much, but the Western Railways, the Central Railways, the Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation Limited have all started their services hours earlier just to facilitate the runners can reach their start line in time. And these are the things that kind of, stand out for me. But if you had to tell me to narrow it down to one moment, then of course it is having Gurudev Shri with us at the stage to flag off and wish the runners and bless this event.
You know, Vivek, we're talking about numbers a lot, the amazing numbers of participants today, over 70,000. Just wondering, how many volunteers worked on the event this weekend?
That's a good question, actually. So we did a count some time back. We have more than 14,000 volunteers working to deliver one Tata Mumbai Marathon.
Wow.
14,000. That's almost one volunteer per was it about every 5 runners, something like that.
Yes.
Vivek, it's been a great fun coming back here the 21st time. It's been a superb run. It's nice to see it moving on every year in different ways.
Yes. Well, we're drawing curtains to the 21st edition of the Tata Mumbai Marathon. Tim, you've been a part of it for 2 decades. What's your take on it?
I've been privileged. My take on it is every year I'm shocked at the advances it makes. You know, Vivek mentioned it dead right. The first year in the marathon, there were 700 runners. What were there today? 14,000, something like that in the marathon. I mean, what's that? I've lost the number, the size of that increase. It is just monstrous, and it will carry on growing. It's unstoppable.
It'll be interesting to see how far now the Tata Mumbai Marathon grows from here. A 236% increase in participation from the first time it started in the 21st edition. You saw 65,424 on the streets, a total of 70,065. But this is a dedication to all of you. It was not just about the pro athletes who participated today. If you took on to the sport of running, you were on that start line, you are my hero. If you took on to the sport of running, running to transform your life and that of others, you're my hero. And if you're a woman and you transform the life, not just of your children, but of the community, you're my hero. And if you switched on your television to watch our broadcast this morning, you're my hero. Thank you so much for watching. Until next time, it's a goodbye.
The Sony Sports Network.